All please stand. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respect to elders past and present. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open, and I remind all councillors of their obligations to declare material personal interest and conflict of interest where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Councillors, are there any apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,609th meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Marx. The minutes of the 4,609th meeting of Council held on the 19th of November 2019 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, there is no public participant today, and therefore we will move straight to question time. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Independent Remuneration Tribunal has now reported back on its findings into the superannuation policy for Brisbane City Councillors. Can you outline what is reported and how this Schrinner administration is committed to an open and transparent council?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As Councillor Richards pointed out, yesterday, for the first time, I received a copy of the Independent Remuneration Tribunal report. Obviously, it was quite clearly something that we commissioned some weeks back. The Remuneration Tribunal has considered all matters in relation to salary, allowances and superannuation, and they have provided their report. So I would like to table this report and make sure that copies are provided to all councillors for their information. And in accordance, thank you, Billy.
He's approaching your desk.
In accordance with the terms of reference that we set up, that came through council, and in accordance with the remuneration policy for councillors that council has, we will be accepting all of the recommendations in full, and those recommendations will take effect as soon as possible. What I can say, though, is that the Tribunal has recommended reducing the 20% superannuation contribution put in place by Labor under Lord Mayor Jim Sawley to 12%. So that reduction will be implemented through a submission that will be coming through to Council next Tuesday, taking effect from the 28th of December this year. So going into the new year, that new level of 12% will apply to all councillors. The Tribunal made some considerations of other matters such as salary and allowances. They have recommended no changes to any of those arrangements. But it is worth pointing out some of the history highlighted in this report. And in particular, we've heard Labor's disgraceful, hypocritical political campaign on the allowance, the expensive office allowance. This is the allowance that was introduced by Lord Mayor Jim Sawley. And they claim, oh, it's terrible that there's no requirement to provide receipts or accounting for the allowance. Well, they actually set this system up, and the Tribunal report quite clearly outlines when it was set up, by who and for what reason. And it is very, very interesting reading indeed. The Tribunal pointed out that the allowance was put into place with no requirement to provide receipts. Why? To save ratepayers money. To save ratepayers money. And it's funny because the Labor councillors are scoffing. The Labor councillors are scoffing.
Councillors, allow the Lord Mayor to... Councillor Johnston, please allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence.
Labor councillors are scoffing about this, but this was their policy, their allowance, their implementation, which now, as we approach a council election, they've suddenly decided is outrageous and they are against it. people can see right through Labor's hypocrisy here. Now, the interesting thing was, wherever there is an allowance that requires remittance and reimbursements and the processing of these sort of things, there is a cost to ratepayers that is included with this. The Tribunal report clearly states that any kind of deductions that are work-related are a matter between the individual and the Australian Tax Office, and that is the way it should be, and that council should not get involved in that because of the cost on ratepayers that would be incurred by processing individual reimbursements or dealing with individual receipts and invoices. So that's not my view. That is the view of the Independent Remuneration Tribunal, and that was also the view of the Labor Party until a matter of weeks ago. Councillor
Johnston, I've asked you to allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence. That request stands. Please allow the Lord Mayor to answer the question. Lord Mayor.
And while the Leader of the Opposition tries to make a thing about the fact that he doesn't want his allowance, we've seen his changing story when it comes to whether he's going to get the allowance stopped or whether he's going to pay it back or what he's going to do with it. We know that changes on a weekly basis, but we know one thing hasn't changed. Councillor Peter Cumming, as the Leader of the Opposition, pocketed every cent of that and hasn't provided any declarations about what that money was spent on. Why? Because he wasn't required to, nor has anyone else been required to. Why? Because the Labor Party set this system in place. The Labor Party set this system in place. But what we've done is the right thing.
Councillors, allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence, please.
Which is to ensure that the Independent Remuneration Tribunal looks at these matters, salary, allowances and superannuation, and for the first time they have done a full review into all aspects of the salary package of councillors, and they have recommended a change to superannuation.
Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, today's council papers show this council made almost $2,000 in payments to We Promote Pty Ltd, a company in which Councillor Mackay had an interest through his company, Finder Pty Ltd. As you know, previous payments to We Promote totalling more than $70,000 authorised by your office have been referred to the Crime and Corruption Commission by the opposition and Councillor Mackay himself. Were these latest payments to We Promote also authorised by your office alone?
Lord Mayor.
The first thing I want to point out, Councillor Cassidy, is that Councillor Mackay does not own nor is he any kind of office holder in the company We Promote. So I have no problem with ensuring... Did you want me to answer the question or do you just want to shout out?
Okay, Councillor Cassidy, please allow the Lord Mayor to be heard, answer the question and for him to be heard in silence. Lord Mayor.
I have no problem in awarding contracts to companies that provide the best value for money when it comes to the services that they provide, and that is exactly what has happened here. Now, if you want to try and score some political points and throw some more mud, you can do that, but the reality is I have no problem with ensuring that business goes to local companies that offer the best value for money, and that's what's happened here, that provide a high-quality service and offer really good value for money. So yes, there have been contracts awarded to We Promote, and yes, there will be more.
Further questions?
Point of order.
Davis.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I move suspension of standing orders to allow me to move the following urgency motion that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to release all payments authorised by the Lord Mayor's office to key management personnel and family members.
Seconded.
That's an urgency resolution. You have 3 minutes as to why this matter is urgent. Please limit your comments to that objective.
Point of order.
Point of order.
We Promote has nothing to do with family members or any key management personnel.
That wasn't
Thank
part
you,
of
Lord
the motion.
Mayor.
That wasn't part of the motion.
But that's, hang on. But that's not a point of order in this matter.
Point of order, Mr Chair, can I ask a question? Could I just ask a question of the Chair if this motion is actually allowed in this place, and if it is something that the Lord Mayor is not legally allowed to do?
This motion is a suspension of standing orders.
This is not a place where we're taking sort of submissions, all right? I have a question. People are allowed to ask questions. My My interpretation is that this resolution before us is not substantive but rather on the matter of urgency, and therefore I will allow Councillor Cassidy his 3 minutes on the matter of urgency, and if it is found to be urgent, then we'll address your question directly. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. This is extremely urgent because this year now we have been pursuing this issue with the Lord Mayor in this democratic place. We've been asking him week after week after week for details about who these key management personnel are who are getting secret council contracts. He gets up week after week after week and says they're not secret because the annual report said that hundreds of thousands of dollars were being paid to councillors, their family members and other key management personnel in council, but he refuses to release the details of who they are. So this is urgent today because we have just 2 more meetings left for this democratic body that represents all of those ratepayers and residents in Brisbane to get answers to these vital questions. Which councillors are getting these contracts? Which payments are being authorised exclusively without proper procurement processes by the Lord Mayor's office? Because as far as we can ascertain, the invoices that were sent to the Lord Mayor's office for payment by a company that was controlled by an LNP councillor...
So again, this is more a matter of substance. Please to urgency.
It needs to be dealt with, Chair, because the Lord Mayor has said week after week after week he has no interest in dealing with these matters of integrity. We are raising these matters because they are of the utmost importance. The rot seems to be setting in pretty firmly here in the Brisbane City Council, Chair. Our question to the Lord Mayor consistently is, what are you hiding? And he consistently refuses to answer that. These are very simple questions. This is public money and the people of Brisbane deserve to know where that is being spent. If councillors, LNP councillors or their family members or key management personnel of this council who have the most intimate knowledge of the processes of procurement...
This would be the speech you'd give if you were successful, but why is the matter urgent?
Because the Lord Mayor refuses to provide the residents and ratepayers of Brisbane this information, Chair. He refuses week after week. So if the Lord Mayor, as the so-called leader of this city, refuses to answer these questions of integrity, who is there to keep him accountable, Chair? Not one member of his civic cabinet will do it, and none of the rubber-stamped councillors over there on that side of the chamber will do it, Chair. So we have to raise these issues in this forum. And that's why it's urgent. We have this meeting and one more, and then potentially that is it between now and the next election, when the people of Brisbane will be making a choice, making a very clear choice whether they're going to put their faith in Adrian Schrinner as the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, who clearly won't answer these very serious questions about integrity, or Pat Condren, Chair, somebody who is a career politician's worst nightmare. A career politician like Adrian Schrinner's worst nightmare,
Cassidy,
Chair.
Because these issues of integrity,
we need to address these issues of integrity.
Please don't speak over me. Please bring your comments back to the topic at hand.
These issues of integrity need to be dealt with now, not sometime after the next election. These are very, very serious matters, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. To the matter of urgency, all councillors who believe this matter is urgent say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
There is division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Attendants, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 21 against.
All right, the noes have it. Please return to your seats. Councillor Davis, I believe you were providing a question.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, now that the Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro is underway, can you outline the benefits of this project, including the state-of-the-art fleet that Council recently announced, and are you aware of any alternative projects?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Davis, for the question. While Labor continues to wallow in the mud and splash it around as much as possible, we're actually getting on with the real business of Council, which is delivering a better Brisbane and delivering the Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro. Now, we have heard Labor councillors in the past carrying on about, well, what's the vehicle? Tell us what the vehicle is. Well, we're telling you what the vehicle is right now, and we're getting into a contract now with council support to provide the pilot vehicle and an option for 59 additional vehicles. And I have to say, the outcome is fantastic. We are seeing world-leading technology going to be used in the Brisbane Metro. We are seeing one of the world's leading companies when it comes to electric vehicles, Hess, teaming up with local operations in Volgren to provide what will be a world-leading public transport vehicle that can move large numbers of people cleanly, quietly and efficiently. And we had the choice here between a old-style dinosaur diesel option and between the latest clean green technology that is the way of the future, and we are making—
Councillor Johnston, please, can you please cease interjecting? Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And we are going with the latest and best and cleanest technology that will help lock in Council's position as the most sustainable council in Australia and a council which is taking real action when it comes to creating a cleaner and greener city and a cleaner and greener environment. And the Metro vehicles will be a big part of that, because there will be literally large numbers, there will be millions of litres of diesel not burnt as a result of this choice, and there will be millions of tonnes of emissions saved as a result of this choice. And importantly as well, while the Metro vehicles, as any electric vehicle does, cost more to buy up front, their operating costs are lower over the long term, significantly lower. We see here a value proposition for the people of Brisbane, a value proposition for the ratepayers, and importantly, a great outcome not in terms of public transport alone, but also in terms of a clean green city and the Brisbane environment. And those benefits don't just go to reductions in operating costs, they also go to things like pollution out of the tailpipe. These are zero tailpipe emission vehicles, and they are also whisper quiet as well. So less noise, no tailpipe emissions, and you see all of the mod cons as well. USB charging points, free Wi-Fi, unparalleled customer experience when you're travelling in these vehicles. So I am absolutely over the moon excited about this outcome. This is a great outcome for Brisbane, and we will lead the world when it comes to the use of this technology. It will be the first system of its kind in place on a dedicated busway system like this in the scale that we're providing. There are vehicles like this operating at the moment. They are tried and tested, but the scale that we're proposing to use these vehicles here in Brisbane is the biggest and most important in the world when it comes to this type of vehicle. So I'm excited. Brisbane will be leading the way, and I have no doubt that we will see cities around Australia and around the world looking to what Brisbane is doing with the Metro and saying, this is the way to go, this is the way of the future. Why would you invest in dinosaur technology like poles and wires and trams that are stuck on tracks? Why would you invest in technology like that, which is old technology, which costs 3 or 4 times more? Why would you do it?
That's right.
Not even the Lord Mayoral Labor candidate would do it, as we heard this morning. Not even he would do it. So why would anyone do it when we've got this world-leading technology coming through, and we can be at the forefront of that here in Brisbane? The excitement out there in the community has been palpable. You've got people like Rail Back on Track saying this is a great outcome, and they don't always compliment what council does, but they believe this is a great outcome. Why? Because it is a great outcome. And you've got a range of different experts and transport advisors saying this is the way of the future. These are the types of vehicles which will revolutionise transport in the future. These vehicles are the disruptors of public transport. Trams, trains, very expensive old technology. This type of technology will really change the game going forward. And we will see it roll out in many other cities, but I am proud that Brisbane will be leading the way.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, recently your administration refused to reveal how many council staff were engaged in communications, media or marketing. Opposition research shows the figure is 170, with 169 of these staff at your disposal alone. Are you trying to rig the next election by pumping out ratepayer-funded propaganda with this personal army of spin doctors? And how much is this costing the residents of Brisbane?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cassidy, for that question. What I will say, though, is that when you hear the term opposition research, that means they're digging the dirt, but you also know that you can't believe anything that comes after that statement, opposition research. And in this case, the figures that they have suggested are out there are absolutely false. I do not have 170 staff at my personal disposal like they have suggested. That is outrageous. That is outrageous.
Okay, councillors. Okay, councillors on all sides. Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Murphy, calm yourselves, please. Please allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Last week, the council opposition asked a question, which we answered, about the office staff that I have. We answered that question, and guess what? Is the same answer as when we answered it years ago. That's right. There hasn't been a change. So to suggest that there's 170 staff working for me in my office at my personal disposal is a blatant lie, and it just goes to show the lengths that they will go to try and manufacture a story. But I can tell you what the staff involved in communications do in our council. They actually get on.
Cassidy, please cease interjecting. Lord Mayor.
They get on and help us deliver projects. They get on and help us consult with residents and engage. And why are those staff there? Because we're actually doing so many projects. We're delivering so much for the people of Brisbane. And whether it's projects like Brisbane Metro, whether it's projects like the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade, whether it's projects like Victoria Park, whether it's projects like Dornoch Terrace, all of these require engagement, and all of these we are engaging actively on. I could spend well over the 5 minutes listing all the projects that we're working on that require engagement, which require communication with residents. And I can tell you, if we didn't do that, they would also accuse us of not consulting with residents and not telling residents what we're doing. So you can't win with them. Either you're doing too much engagement or you're not enough. And I'd prefer to be accused of doing too much engagement than not enough. But what we're doing is we're getting on with building a better Brisbane and delivering infrastructure and projects like bikeways and road upgrades and public transport improvements and new city cats. We're delivering it, and we will continue to deliver it. And we want to tell the residents of Brisbane what we're doing, and we want to get their feedback on what we're doing, and we will continue to do that unapologetically, because we get the best outcomes when we consult with residents in a very proactive way. Just like with the Indooroopilly roundabout. We went to them with two different options, and overwhelmingly they came back in favour of the option with the overpass. But more importantly, even the option that we put forward, those two options, there will be further tweaks to those options based on the feedback from the community and further improvements. Because we consulted, we will get the best outcome, and not only just the two options that we put forward, there will be our option plus the changes from the residents, and that is a good outcome for the city. So we will unashamedly continue to consult and engage with people and tell them what we're doing. Labor wants us to shut up and not tell anyone because they're only motivated by party politics. They don't want people to hear about the projects we're delivering. They don't want people to hear about the good news. They don't want people to engage because they want to sit there and peddle their party political lines, which is the same type of lines that every opposition peddles against every administration. These guys are so unimaginative that this is all they can come up with, and it just goes to show they have no ideas, no experience and no alternative plans for the city, and they're just wading in the mud pool, splashing it around and hoping that some will stick. Well, yes, it will stick. It'll stick to them.
Further questions? Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport and Economic Tourism Development Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, this morning on 612 ABC Radio, we heard Labor's Lord Mayoral candidate fumble through an interview regarding his now deceased light rail proposal. It became apparent that he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, including his own policy position. For the benefit of the candidate, can you please outline the history of the Brisbane Metro project, including voting records in the chamber, and the history of the Labor Party's public transport policy?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Cunningham for the question, because I have to say, as a regular ABC listener in the morning, it was quite an interview, a bit of an eye-opener this morning. I almost choked on my coffee when I actually heard Labor's Lord Mayoral candidate proclaim that he cannot offer an alternative to the Metro. No alternative. What we are seeing here is, and he has said it himself, wait till I get into City Hall, hand me the keys and then I'll sort it out. But he also went on to continually say how secretive the council is, and he has no idea about the Brisbane Metro project because council has kept the documents secret. Quote, I think it's locked in, but I haven't seen the contracts. I'll take the interjection from Councillor Cassidy, what's the contingency? That was answered in the briefing session today that he didn't bother to come to. So, despite there being 7 times in the past 2 years where contractual documents have come to council for voting.
Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Cassidy, I direct you to cease interjecting, and if you do not comply with my direction, you will be warned. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. 7 times in the past 2 years there were contractual documents that have come to this council for voting. So there's obviously a major breakdown between the Labor councillors and their mayoral candidate. They let him wander aimlessly this morning on ABC Radio. And you know what? This is Brisbane's choice. As Councillor Cassidy said, this is Brisbane's choice. We thought Councillor Cassidy may have briefed him, but obviously, in the typical Labor way, they are more concerned about their own jobs than the broader team. They have definitely found a distinction between the new candidate and the old one. The old one had a policy platform and the new one doesn't. And this is our 2019 ALP team, policy regression. Light rail, as asked by Councillor Cunningham, has dominated their transport policy since 2016. They quickly created some glossy images. They stole the existing Blue Glider route. They put some trams down the middle of Brunswick Street in the wrong direction, and it said, here's the light rail, it's coming. They've backed it for over 3 years, and only last Sunday it was reaffirmed by their candidate that that policy was right on the money. And then 48 hours later, unfortunately, the right on the money policy was scrapped because obviously Councillor Cassidy said, no, stop. We've actually changed that. We've changed that. You need to keep up with this. But flip-flopping is true to form when it comes to Labor. So the community would often hear us say in this place and out in the community that the opposition have no ideas and no vision for Brisbane. But this morning, their candidate confirmed it. They actually have no positive plans for Brisbane. Quote, I cannot offer an alternative plan to the Metro. So I will be very helpful here and I'll brief the ALP candidate on exactly what has happened over the last 2 years when it came to Brisbane Metro. A lot of hypocrisy on the voting record is what we see here, Mr Chair. In May 2018, they voted against the Stores Board submission for the transaction and contract managing services. In June 2018, they voted against the Stores Board submission to progress early works, the collaborative partnership and the vehicle, meaning at this time they were strong on light rail advocates. October 2018, obviously not enough energy to get up and make a division, and they let the first lot of property resumptions go through the chamber. It was carried on the voices. March 2019, Labor voted with us in the administration for the design and the construct of the Brisbane Metro depot. Then, in June 2019, Energy's low again and Stores Board submission for project verification services carried on the voices. However, in recent times, we've seen 2 submissions again relating to property resumption, 7 contracts through council Labor mayoral candidate. Full transparency, but what did we see? In March, they voted to build the depot. Then 8 months later, they voted against acquiring the land to build that exact same depot. Welcome to the circus. That is Brisbane's alternative choice. Team Schrinner will continue to deliver for this city. Clem 7, Go-Between Bridge, Legacy Way and now Brisbane Metro, and 5 new green bridges. We have a strong credit rating with a bold infrastructure agenda, and we have a proven track record. Labor regularly quotes that the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. And if they are currently accepting their mayoral candidate's performance, their bar is pretty low.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you have just confirmed that you will show no leadership by committing to scrapping cash payments being paid into politicians' private bank accounts. I will table a receipt, one for $1,645, which is a donation to the Vinnie's bushfire appeal that I made last week, and that was every single cent I have received of this walk-around money. What are you trying to hide?
Lord Mayor.
Despite the fact, Mr Chair, that we've had an independent tribunal assess this matter, Labor councillors still want to get their fingers into salary and allowances. They want to get their greasy mitts onto salary and allowances.
Councillor Johnston, I direct you to cease interjecting. If you do not comply with my direction, you will be warned. Lord Mayor, please.
There's a really clear choice here. Either you have politicians setting their own allowances and pay and superannuation, or you don't. Our position is clear. Independent tribunal should set these matters. Very clear. Labor's position changes all the time depending on politics, and we've seen this before. We've seen them run dirty, dishonest campaigns against Lord Mayors about salary and allowances and perks and rorts, and then we've seen them actually get into administration, and that's when all the current round of perks and rorts that they're complaining about came from. It was a Labor administration that introduced these things. And the things that they complain about, like the allowance, like superannuation, like Qantas Club memberships, like a whole range of things they've been raising, they introduced it all and they loved it. They absolutely loved it. And they also love setting their own conditions and pay. They love doing that because what they can do is what Labor traditionally does, is that say one thing before the election and then do the opposite after the election.
Councillor Cassidy, you've already been warned for interjecting. Please cease. Lord Mayor.
But if you need any further evidence that Labor wants to get their fingers into the cookie jar when it comes to this, have a look at what happened a little while ago when the councillor remuneration policy came through council. Now, we all had the opportunity to vote on this, and we've heard Councillor Adams, the Deputy Mayor, talking about Labor's voting record. Now, this policy says very clearly there are principles here, and one of those principles is that councillors will accept the decision of the independent tribunal. And then you turn over the page, and one of the dot points here is it says the tribunal's findings will be implemented without amendment and will not be subject to review, because we believe the independent tribunal should be independent and their decision should stand, regardless of what we may personally believe. That is their decision. And guess what Labor did? Did they vote in favour of this? No. They squibbed it. They abstained. Why? Because they want to get their mitts in the cookie jar. They want to do it. And here's the type of tricks that they play. They adjust something over here and they say, look over here, and then they introduce a new perk over there. That's exactly how they operate. And so that's what they want to do now. It is quite clear they are only worried about their own jobs, their own perks, and that's why they're so obsessed with this stuff. Sadly, this is their record. We have a clear record of setting this through an independent tribunal, and we will accept the recommendations of that independent tribunal in accordance with the council policy that we introduced and we supported and that Labor squibbed.
Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, as the year draws to a close, can you outline the many infrastructure achievements of this administration since the 2016 election?
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Huang for the question. As we are nearing the end of the year and getting ready to spend time with our families and friends, I thought it would be appropriate to reflect on the infrastructure projects that have been delivered and projects about to be delivered in the year, and funding invested in the helping people get around as they travel to and from Christmas events. So there have been several hundred projects that have been delivered, all with the objective of improving our road infrastructure to get residents home more quickly and with improved safety. And there are so many, several hundred, as I said, that I've distilled that down to an A to Z guide for the benefit of the chamber. So here's the A to Z snapshot of the projects that we're talking about. Starting with A, first up, the Adelaide Street pedestrian crossing delivered through Council's award-winning Move Safe pedestrian safety review. B, Bowen Street and Lutwich Road intersection that was delivered through the Black Spot program. Boundary Road open level crossing commitment of $40 million by Council, and for Bow Desert Road, where a section of that road has had the speed reduced from 60 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour through Council's Move Safe review. C, Cunningham and Skyring Terrace Newstead, identified in the Tenerife, Newstead and New Farm precinct traffic parking study in 2017 as a location in the local road network requiring works to address pedestrian and motorist safety in the area by improving access through Skyring Terrace. D is for Dutton Park River Hub, delivered. And E is for Array Street at Arrowsmith Street and Kensington Road, Camp Hill, with improved pedestrian safety measures being supported and constructed to proceed, as well as Eugenia Street and Azalea Street at Inala, delivered by Council with support from the Federal Government's Black Spot program. F is for pedestrian safety improvements made to Flinders Parade at Sandgate, including a reduction in speed through Move Safe. G is for Gailey Road and Sir Fred Chanel Drive at St Lucia, delivered on the doorstep of UQ, the second biggest traffic generator outside of the CBD. H is for Harry's Road at Coorparoo, where Council is consulting on pedestrian improvements and where we've also implemented some congestion busing initiatives at this location. I is for the Indooroopilly State School Safety Initiatives that's delivered a drop and go for the school. J is for the ongoing maintenance to cables on the Jack Pesh Bridge connecting Indooroopilly and Chelmer. K is for Currabee State School, through which Council's Safe School Travel Infrastructure program will now be proceeding to construction for car park improvements. L is for Logan and Birdwood Roads intersection upgrade, which was delivered with the support of the Black Spot program, and for the LED lights program, which delivers in our parks and bikeways lights with a life cycle of 3 to 4 times longer than other lights and with energy savings of up to 60%. M, McGregor State School drop and go facility, the Meadowbank Street Park Bridge replacement being delivered, and Council's Move Safe Brisbane Pedestrian Review, which won the Road Safety Award for the Institute of Public Works and Engineering Australasia Queensland Division Award. N is for the New Farm River Hub at New Farm Park and the Noble Street Pedestrian Bridge, which was replaced. O is for Old Cleveland Road at the Scrub Road intersection that's been delivered, reducing congestion and increasing safety for all road users along Old Cleveland Road. P is for Player Street at Kessels Road. That has been delivered, and we've talked about that on several occasions. Q is, we had a bit of a struggle with Q, but Q is for the queuing impact and the work that will be required by Council on the side roads of the Gympie Road, where state government does when it does the Northern Transit Way. R is for the upgrade of Raymont and Grange Roads, which is very near to completion, and for Riding Road, where the speed was reduced from 60 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour through the Move Safe program. S is for Suttling Street Bridge, which replaced the pedestrian bridge in Cubbler Creek Reserve. I'm on to T, and I hope I can get through to the Zs, Mr Chair. Traffic management plans with over 180 schools that have been completed, that have completed a TMP. A is for Usher Street, which is out to tender at the moment to deliver a retaining wall. V is for Victoria Street and Montague Road intersection upgrade in West End. W is for stages 1 and 1B of the Wynnum Road, Waterworks Road and Widdop Street, and the Wickham Terrace car park lifts, which are upgraded to improve safety. X is for the many improved pedestrian crossings that are being delivered across the city, like the Scramble crossing on the Albert and Charlotte Street intersection. Y is for Yallumby Road at Currangundi.
Point of order, Councillor McLaughlin.
Just on time limits, this seems to have gone on for quite a while now.
4 minutes 49.
Yeah.
So, Councillor McLaughlin, you have 11 seconds.
Thank you. I thought so too, Mr Chair. Z is for Zilmere and the planning that is underway for Hanford Road from Pretoria Street to Coxon Street at Zilmere. Thank you. That's the A to Z. That's been brought to you by the number one. Just vote one.
Your time has expired. All right. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, why do you insist on keeping the names of LNP councillors who have received council contracts secret? What are you hiding?
Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
So, just checking you're confident about the question order and that...
I will. I'll have a chat to you about it, but I have been monitoring as we have discussed, and I have been doing my best to ensure that the ratios are as the Act requires. Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. Look, either you do not understand how this works or you're deliberately trying to peddle misinformation. I don't have access to the information that you're talking about. They don't report it to me, they report it to the CEO of Council, and that information, by law, is private. It's private. Why is it private? So you don't get grubs smearing people in public. That's why it's private. So if Councillor Cassidy expects me to breach people's privacy and release information where the law says it is to be kept private appropriately, then he's asking me to break the law. And I might as well go down the road of Extinction Rebellion because I believe that we are lawmakers, not lawbreakers. And so I am not going to breach people's privacy so that he can score some political points. But what I will say is that the fact that he knows anything at all about this indicates that the right thing has been done. Declarations have been made, disclosures have been made, and they were actually reported on in the annual report. And now, is that because there's a list of things sitting in my office? No, it's because people have done the right thing and reported it through to the council bureaucracy, to the CEO's office, where that information is retained. Now, if Councillor Cassidy has a concern about any of this, I would suggest that he actually picks up to the phone to the CEO and says to the CEO, CEO, you hold this information. Are you concerned about anything in the records that you hold? Are you concerned? Has he asked that simple question? He doesn't care. In the end, he just wants to smear. He wants to smear people and he wants to breach their privacy, and this is all part of their mudslinging that they are engaging in at the moment. So I am very confident that if the CEO was concerned about anything, any information that he holds, that he would have raised it with me and said, I have a concern here. He has not done that. And more importantly, the CEO does actually monitor what happens in council. He listens, he reads the minutes, he knows what's going on here. And if he had any concerns about these type of matters that Labor is raising, he would have come proactively in and said, I have a concern about this. He absolutely would.
Okay.
This is...
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston, I hereby warn you that unless you seek interjecting, you may be suspended for a period of up to 8 days. Furthermore, Councillor Johnston, if you are suspended, you must immediately leave the meeting place and must remain away from all meeting places for the period of the suspension. Lord Mayor, please continue.
So I would simply suggest that rather than smearing by innuendo and suggesting that something is wrong, Councillor Cassidy actually picks up the phone and talks to the CEO about this matter, and the CEO will put his mind at rest that the right thing has been done here. And so if they have any particular concerns, raise it with the CEO. But I can say I can't release that information because I would be breaching people's privacy and I would be unfairly exposing them to Labor smear, which is just plain wrong. So I'm not going to agree to do that. And more importantly, I don't hold the records. And I can honestly say that I haven't viewed the records myself. I know those records exist because the declarations have been made, but I haven't viewed them. And if Councillor Cassidy has a problem, he should, as I said, pick up the phone to the CEO and raise it. Do the right thing. It's clear that he's not really interested in the details. He just wants to smear because he's had weeks and weeks where he could have actually raised this. He's had weeks, but he hasn't done it because he just wants to get up here and throw mud. So this administration, as I've said before, spends a lot of time making sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's to make sure we do the right thing. And you have seen in this chamber where matters have come through where we believe that we have a conflict and we declare those conflicts. You have seen that all of our information on registers of interest exists and is regularly updated. And we will continue to do whatever we can to make sure we're doing the right thing and meeting our legislative requirements because we take the management of this city responsibly. We treat this as a big, important responsibility. We take that job seriously. It's not a game like Labor would suggest. It's not an opportunity to smear people unfairly and to breach their privacy. This is a serious job we're all doing, and it's about the management of Australia's largest council with a $3 billion annual budget, and it is not a political game.
Further questions? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Lifestyle Committee, Councillor Matic. Councillor Matic, it was a pleasure over the weekend to open the new library in Brackenridge. Can you outline how the Schrinner administration is delivering on our commitments and giving the residents of Brisbane more to see and do?
Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Landers for the question and the opportunity to speak on this another great outcome for the Schrinner administration in enhancing our library services and providing the people of Brisbane with more to see and do. Mr Chair, as all councillors know, our libraries are more than just a place to borrow a book. They are, of course, vibrant community hubs with opportunities for learning, study, recreation, socialising and connecting with the community. Now, Council has committed more than $21 million in this 2019-20 budget to maintain and enhance its 33 libraries across Brisbane, and I'm pleased to say that the Brackenridge Library is a great example of that. The library, of course, opened on Wednesday, the 20th, after a $9.5 million upgrade to modernise the venue and improve its accessibility. But more than that, we also celebrated that significant event on Saturday the 23rd with a number of events. The Lord Mayor, of course, officially opened the library and, of course, Councillor Landers was there. And the opening event also included workshops, seminars, live music performances and much more, which also included an appearance from local award-winning author Trent Dalton. Mr Chair, the Brackenridge Library has a great history. It was opened in 1987 and has been providing library services to the local area for 32 years. The Brackenridge Library has around 1,700 visitors per week and has issued 126,000 loans from the library's collection in the 18-19 year. And almost 9,500 people attend more than 600 programs in the library each year. So the $9.5 million upgrade program was such an important aspect of enhancing that existing library, obviously seeing the increased need and meeting that need. And Mr Chair, that's what this administration is focused on. It's focused on the people of Brisbane. It's focused on delivering for our community as a whole. As councillors and as a Lord Mayor, our focus is always on the people that actually matter, which is the residents of Brisbane, and it's focused on delivering the outcomes for the things that actually matter, and that's enhancing services. This administration always prioritises that and always will. And as part of that upgrade, which the construction started on the 7th of January this year, there are a number of important facilities that we've provided. We, of course, had to demolish the existing library, and a new one has been built. But the improvements include a new terrace area, a separate deck overlooking nearby Ferguson Park, new public meeting rooms with AV facilities, kitchenettes and after-hours access, a children's library, quiet room and reading lounge, 2 new car parks providing approximately 50 spaces, one under the library and one at ground level between the library and the community hall. And the new Brackenridge Library incorporates the new Brackenridge Ward Office as well. Located near the Brackenridge Community, it's located near the Brackenridge Community Hall, the Jabiru Community College and Ferguson Park. And so the library is now part of an exciting and upgraded community precinct. A full breadth of council library programming is also available at Brackenridge Library, including author talks, sustainable living seminars, technology training, cultural events and workshops and children's program. Now, as I said before, Mr Chair, we were very fortunate to have Trent Dalton there, and that was a key event of Saturday's program. For many councillors in the chamber, you would be aware of his very successful work, but he is a Walkley-winning journalist, was born and raised in Brackenridge, and his debut novel, Boy Swallowing Universe, is about his childhood in the local area and Brisbane. Now, Mr Dalton has won 4 Australian Book Industry Awards, Book of the Year, Literary Book of the Year, the Matt Ritchell Award for New Writer and Audio Book of the Year, and numerous other literary prizes, and has returned to Australia after a world tour promoting the novel to discuss it and to talk about his experiences growing up in Brisbane. Other events also on the day included craft workshops, children's story time, live performances from St John Fisher College and Jurassic Joe and the Dinosaur Club, a cooking class with ABC Radio food presenter Alison Alexander, and composting workshops with Annette McFarlane, also from ABC Radio. So you can see, Mr Chair, through the significant investment, Council continues to provide strong support through this library and all our other libraries around Brisbane, with 1.4 million items within our collection, including...
Councillor Matic, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
And that concludes question time. Councillors, I draw your attention to the consideration of committee reports. The first Establishment and Coordination Committee report, please, Lord Mayor. The one dated the 11th of November.
Okay, Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday 11th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday the 11th of November 2019 be adopted. Is there any debate, Lord Mayor?
Yeah, point of order, Mr Chair. I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I just wanted to start with an observation on the process rather than the substantive submission to explain why the timing of this E&C report is different to what it would normally be. As councillors would be aware, this E&C relates to a meeting on the 11th of November, so that wasn't last week. So normally a submission will come in the week after it's considered by council. Whilst there is no legal requirement for it to come in the week after, it is certainly custom and practice that items which pass through E&C on their way to council appear on the agenda of the next available council meeting. In respect of this item, the reason for it not appearing on the agenda until today's meeting of council was at the request of the Department of Environment and Science. The department requested that discussion on this matter not occur in public until State Cabinet had considered the appointments. So basically, we made a decision, the State Government told us to hold off on this becoming public until they could consider it by their State Cabinet. So that was agreed to, and we now see this submission progressing through. But on the matter of the conflict of interest, I take this opportunity to note that parties on both sides of the chamber have received political donations relating to this item. Obviously, I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr.
Point of
Chair.
order, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest in item A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018, and Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320,000 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Richards.
I declare a conflict of interest in item A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin of Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Miss Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Marx.
Mr Chair, I declare a conflict of interest in item A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Miss Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin of Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr
Point of order,
Chair.
Councillor Davis.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith, a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin made donations of $2,200 and $1,500 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2018 respectively. Further, Goa Billboards, a related entity, Mr Tyquin made donations of $29,900 and $4,470 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2015 and 2017 respectively. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $3,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Atwood.
I declare a conflict of interest in item A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin of Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 18. Star Entertainment, who employs Miss Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 17 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Huang.
Yes, I declare conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607 $607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Landers.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cunningham.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Matic.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hammond.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin of Goa Billboards, a related identity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made a donation of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Burke.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin of Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith as a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Allen.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor McLaughlin.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin and Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations valued at $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith, is a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
I must also declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Mr Chris Tyquin of Goa Billboards, a related entity to Mr Tyquin, made donations of $11,160 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland between 2015 and 2018. Star Entertainment, who employs Ms Alison Smith in a senior executive role, made donations of $23,320 and $30,607.50 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland in the years 2016 and 2017 respectively. Are there any other conflicts of interest that need to be declared in this matter?
Point of order.
Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I declare a conflict of interest in ENC Clause A. I'm a member of the Queensland branch of the Australian Labor Party. One of the proposed, several of the proposed members have made. Well, the first one I'll deal with. Chris Tyquin, as Director of General Outdoor Advertising Pty Ltd, made donations to the Australian Labor Party State of Queensland as follows: $2,000 in August 2017, $5,500 in August 2018 and $5,500 in August 2019. Mr Corey Heathwood, a Senior Executive at the Brisbane Airport Corporation, which donated $2,000 in July 2017 and $2,000 in July 2018 to the ALP Queensland branch. Ms Amanda Newbury, a Non-Executive Director of GWI Pty Ltd, which donated $36,576 between 2017 and 2019 to the Australian Labor Party Queensland branch, and Ms Alison Smith, who is a Senior Executive of Star Entertainment, which donated $43,163.70 between 2016 and 2019 to the Australian Labor Party Queensland branch.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cook.
I also declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Queensland branch of the Australian Labor Party. One of the proposed board members, Mr Chris Tyquin, Director of General Outdoor Advertising Proprietary Limited, made donations to the Australian Labor Party State of Queensland as follows: $2,000 in August 2017, $5,500 in August 2018 and $5,500 in August 2019. Mr Corey Heathwood is a Senior Executive of Brisbane Airport Corporation, which donated $2,000 in July 2017 and $2,000 in July 2018 to the Australian Labor Party State of Queensland. Ms Amanda Newbury is a Non-Executive Director of GWI Proprietary Limited, which has donated to both the Australian Labor Party and the Liberal National Party of $36,576 between 2017 and 2019 to the Australian Labor Party Queensland alone. Ms Alison Smith is a Senior Executive of Star Entertainment, which donated $43,163.70 between 2016 and 2019. to the Australian Labor Party, State of Queensland. Mr Chair, it has come to our attention that GWI Proprietary Limited has also donated to the Liberal National Party, and it may be appropriate for those disclosures to also be made by the other side of the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, point of order, Mr Chair. I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A, member of the Queensland branch of the Australian Labor Party. One of the proposed board members, Chris Tyken, a Director of General Outdoor Advertising Proprietary Limited, made donations to the ALP State of Queensland as follows: 2,000 in August 2017, 5,500 in August 2018 and 5,500 in August 2019. Mr Corey Heathwood, another person, is a Senior Executive of the Brisbane Airport Corporation, which donated 2,000 in July 2017 and 2,000 in July 2018 to the Australian Labor Party State of Queensland branch. Ms Amanda Newbury is a Non-Executive Director of GWI Proprietary Limited, which donated 36,576 between 2017 and 2019 to the Australian Labor Party State of Queensland branch. And Ms Alison Smith, a Senior Executive of Star Entertainment, which donated $43,163 between 2016 and 2019 to the Australian Labor Party. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I declare a conflict of interest in relation to Clause A. A member of the Queensland branch of the Australian Labor Party, one of the proposed board members, Chris Tyken, is the Director of General Outdoor Advertising Pty Ltd, which made donations to the Australian Labor Party, State of Queensland as follows: 2,000 in August 2017, 5,500 in August 2018 and 5,500 in August 2019. Mr Corey Heathwood is Senior Executive of Brisbane Airport Corporation, which donated 2,000 in July 2017 and 2,000 in July 2018 to the Australian Labor Party, State of Queensland. Ms Amanda Newbury is a Non-Executive Director of GWI Pty Ltd, which donated $36,576 between 2017 and 2019. And Ms Alison Smith is a Senior Executive of Star Entertainment, which donated $43,163.70 between 2016 and 2019 to the Australian Labor Party, State of Queensland.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I declare a conflict of interest in the E&C Clause A. I'm a member of the Australian branch of the Australian Labor Party. One of the proposed board members, Chris Tyken, is a Director of the General Outdoor Advertising Proprietary Limited, has made donations to the Australian Labor Party, State of Queensland as follows: $2,000 in August 2017, $5,500 in August 2018 and $5,500 in August 2019. Also, Mr Corey Heathwood, Senior Executive of the Brisbane Airport Corporation, also donated $2,000 in July 2017 and $2,000 in July 2018 to the Australian Labor Party Queensland branch. Ms. Amanda Newbury, a Non-Executive Director of GWI Proprietary Limited, which donated between the dates between 2017 and 2019, $36,576. Mrs. Alison Smith, employee of the Star Entertainment Corporation, which donated between 2016 and 2019, $43,163.70. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cook has raised a concern around a conflict for GWI. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, point of order. I'd just like to call for a short adjournment so we can seek some advice on that, because I certainly was not aware of any such donation.
Seconded.
Thank you. I have an adjournment motion. Lord Mayor, for a time frame, please.
Can I ask that Council adjourn for a period of 10 minutes and move so?
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that this Council now adjourn for a period of 10 minutes for the purpose of ensuring compliance with these laws. That time of 10 minutes will commence when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Welcome back, everybody. Lord Mayor, do you have a response to Councillor Cook's point of order?
Yes, thank you. If you would allow me some leeway just to make an explanation here. At the time this submission came through and was being prepared to come through to Cabinet, we, as we do, and this was a couple of weeks ago, checked the Electoral Commission records. At the time, there was no donation from GWI to the Liberal National Party listed on the ECQ website. However, it appears that since that has occurred, a donation has now been uploaded. While I have not had the chance to determine where those funds were directed, out of an abundance of caution, I will declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. Mr Chair, I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Miss Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I too declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr
Point of order,
Chair.
Councillor Richards.
I declare a further conflict of interest in item A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Marx.
I declare a further conflict of interest in item A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on 29 October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Davis.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on 29 October 2019.
Point of order, Chair. I declare a further conflict of interest.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Atwood.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Miss Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Huang.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on 29th of October 2019.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Landers.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on 29 October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cunningham.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Maddock.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on 29 October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hammond.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Miss Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Burke.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Miss Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Allen.
I declare a conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor McLaughlin.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
I declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Miss Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019.
I too declare a further conflict of interest in Clause A. I am also a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. GWI, who employs Ms Amanda Newbury in an executive role, made a donation of $1,200 to the Liberal National Party of Queensland on the 29th of October 2019. Lord Mayor, as a majority of the councillors present have declared a conflict of interest in the matter, may I please have a resolution about the delegation of this matter to the relevant delegate in accordance with Section 238 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010, please.
Mr Chair, I move that this chamber resolve that, as a majority of councillors present have declared a conflict of interest in this matter, deciding this matter should be delegated to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 238 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, as a majority of councillors present have declared a conflict of interest in this matter, Council resolve that deciding this matter be delegated to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 238 of the City of Brisbane Act. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. Yet again, the business of this council shuts down because, in this case, both the LNP and the ALP are taking, in my rough estimate, about $150,000 in donation from major businesses and business figures. Now, the only two people in the chamber who do not have a conflict of interest are myself and Councillor Shree. It is... look, I don't know why you all want to do the job if you can't come in here and do it. Taking these big donations is obviously not good for the running of our city because it conflicts with your position as an elected representative. And we are, as elected representatives, obligated to make decisions on behalf of the residents of Brisbane who voted for us. But you can't do that because of the conflicts of interest. And of course, taking the money as a member of a political party is more important than actually doing your job, your statutory job as an elected councillor. I feel very disappointed. I have no problem with the disclosure rules. I think they're fine. But the business of this council cannot shut down every time the big parties have taken money from major business donors in this city. It is not a good way for this council to run. It means that decisions are taken by unelected representatives in the council offices. Now, the Lord Mayor stood up today and said, "Oh, just ask the CEO. Just ask the CEO." I've asked the CEO lots of things over the last few months, and guess what? He hasn't got back to me. He doesn't come to these meetings. I met with a councillor from the City of Adelaide a few weeks ago who was visiting Brisbane, and he told me that their CEO and senior officers sit in the council meetings and councillors can ask them questions as motions and decisions are being made. Meanwhile, the senior leadership of this council is not present. ENC up till now has been secret. We don't know what's been happening. That might be going to change in the next week or so, but let's see how it works in practice. And meanwhile, the decisions are being delegated back up there to officers who were not elected by the City of Brisbane to make these decisions. We were. I think this is appalling. And I said it the first time this happened, that if you can't do your jobs, then you should be letting Councillor Shree and myself make the decisions for the City of Brisbane, establish a committee for councillors that do not have a conflict of interest, and these decisions should be delegated to elected representatives who are not conflicted to make decisions on behalf of the city.
Further speakers? All right. Lord Mayor.
Yes. I would simply point out, in relation to the commentary on political donations and decision-making, that there is nothing clearer today than the difference in standards between the state government and the council. Because this board is a joint appointment by the state government and the Brisbane City Council. Now, I'm not aware of any declarations that have been made by any state ministers when they appointed these people. Yet we've stood up here and had to go through this rigmarole imposed on us by the state government, yet they don't even follow those rules themselves. So these are the same people we're appointing that were approved, obviously, by state cabinet. And you'll remember that I mentioned the reason this was delayed coming through to council was because the state government said, oh, can you just hold off until we decide in state cabinet? So they made a decision in state cabinet. What declaration has been made? Who would know? Certainly no public declaration has been made, and you know what, if there was, it probably won't be available for 20 or 30 years because they've got cabinet secrecy for that long. And so we hear Labor grandstanding about integrity issues, yet these guys don't seem to see that right now, today, we're seeing the perfect example of the double standards that we see from Labor. Yeah. We're trying our best to do the right thing here. We're making all the declarations that we are aware of and that we know of. And I've got to say, how can I be conflicted on GWI when I didn't even know there was a GWI donation? So that's a fair question to ask, but in the abundance of caution, we're making the declaration. But fundamentally, you've got to ask yourself, is there a conflict when you don't even know a donation's been made? But apparently, according to the law, this is something we have to declare, and we want to do the right thing, so we're doing our best to do the right thing here. But it is just a really interesting contrast that we see this standard that we're adhering to now in council not applied up in George Street to the people that are supposedly running the state, to the cabinet that is making the decisions on a weekly basis on what happens across our state. They don't seem to worry about conflicts of interest, and they get themselves into trouble, and then they have to introduce laws like called the trad laws. I'd hate to have some laws named after me because I'd stuffed up so badly that there had to be some new laws introduced because of the mistake that I made that would have gotten a councillor jailed. But this is what we're facing, and this is what the Australian Labor Party is all about, double standards, and we see it very clearly today where the state government does not follow the same processes of transparency and accountability that we have here in Brisbane City Council. Now, last week I got up and I explained that cabinet minutes would be released on ASDEC docs after they had been approved, and I said that we are now the most transparent level of government out of the three, and the Labor Party laughed and scoffed. Today proves my point exactly. You don't see the cabinet minutes up in George Street getting released. You don't see the conflicts of interest getting released. And then you have Councillor Cassidy grandstanding here saying, oh, why won't you release private information and smear private individuals because it's an integrity issue. The only integrity issue here is with the Australian Labor Party.
I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. I now draw your attention to the ENC report of the 18th of November. Lord Mayor.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 18th of November be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that a report of the Establishment Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday the 18th of November 2019 be adopted. Is there any debate? The Lord Mayor.
Yes, Mr Chair. First of all, before I move to the formal items, I just wanted to let people know about some of the significant events that are coming up this week. So today and tomorrow, the Story Bridge and the Tropical Dome in the Botanic Gardens, and also Victoria Bridge, will be lit up purple in support of the annual Christmas appeal for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. The Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust has been raising funds at Christmas time for more than 50 years to support the most needy in the community, and we obviously wanted to encourage members of the community to give to that trust so that we can do more to support the charities that are helping our most vulnerable members of society. The interesting thing about the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust is that people donate to the Charitable Trust, and then the Charitable Trust donates to other charities. And these are usually the organisations that really struggle to get funding from the public. Sometimes the lesser known and overlooked charities, and so they might not have a big profile, they don't have money to spend on big campaigns to get donations in, and so the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust has a proud record and a long record of helping those smaller and overlooked charities with the incredible work that they do. And so we're looking forward to continuing that in the lead up to Christmas. I want to pay tribute as well to Nina, who's been doing a fantastic job as the chair of the Charitable Trust, and she is so passionate about raising money for those charities and helping our disadvantaged members of our community. Also today, we'll see this building, City Hall, lit up in red to acknowledge World AIDS Day. On Thursday, the Story Bridge will be lit up in green and white. And this one's an interesting one. It's lit up in those colours to support 6 RAR Battalion, which is based out at Enoggera. And Mr Chair, you were there with me the other day, as was Councillor Toomey, out at Gallipoli Barracks in Enoggera. It's been a little while since I've been out there, and I was blown away to see the level of activity, the investment that has been made, and the sheer number of people that work out there every day, whether they're defence personnel from all 3 services or whether they're civilians working out there in support of that base. We're looking at around 7,000 or 8,000 people out there. Is that the case, Mr Chair?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's right, out there every day at one of Australia's largest and most important military bases. 6 RAR is an infantry battalion based at the Gallipoli Barracks, and we're seeing next week the battalion celebrating the safe return from all of their operational deployments overseas, particularly Afghanistan and Iraq, and they're celebrating with the battalion ball. So they have, as a special request, asked to light up the Story Bridge on Thursday in their regimental colours, and we've agreed to that request. And it is a great thing to celebrate that they've all returned home safely, and that people will get to spend Christmas with their family after, in many cases, long periods of service overseas in war zones. Moving through to the some of the formal E&C items that have come through. Item A, Cross River Rail, Victoria Park South Construction Trustee lease. This lease is granted to the state government for part of Victoria Park to be used in the construction of Cross River Rail. As the Chamber will recall, a similar submission was before us in August this year in relation to leases for the state and the Cross River Rail Delivery Authority. So last year, in mid-2018, the Cross River Rail Delivery Authority approached Council for approval to conduct Cross River Rail works in a part of Victoria Park. Cross River Rail Delivery Authority, on behalf of the state government, requested approval in order to access the Northern Tunnel Portal and construct new rail lines between the Tunnel Portal and the Exhibition Station. Council officers, in conjunction with Cross River Rail Delivery Authority, investigated potential access and, following extensive assessment, have recommended the authority be granted access through the state short-term lease to a lot of approximately 2,112 square metres, which is known as 454 Gregory Terrace. Council holds this land under a deed of trust for park purposes, and as we know, Victoria Park is a state heritage listed park, and Council's vision to transform the land into a public parkland will be our biggest new park in 50 years. Cross River Rail Delivery Authority requires this land for construction access and has requested use for up to 6 years, with the expected commencement of the 7th of December this year. Due to the nature of the access requirements being for construction rather than the purpose of the doggett, Council is proposing to grant a trustee lease to the State of Queensland. The State, through the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, will in turn sublease the area to Cross River Rail Delivery Authority. As such, Council has agreed to the conditions mentioned, namely a 6-year trustee lease to the State of Queensland. Obviously, this is one of the many examples of where we're working proactively to assist the state in delivering what is a major infrastructure project that will benefit our city and our region, and we have continued to support Cross River Rail. We believe it's essential public transport infrastructure and will nicely complement the work that we're doing on Brisbane Metro, and we're happy to support this submission. Item B is the lease of land to BAI Communications for an existing broadcasting facility located at 620 Sir Samuel Drive, Griffith Drive, Mount Cootha. BAI Communications operates extensive transmission networks in Australia and also many other countries around the world. In Australia, I'm advised that BAI operates more than 750 sites on behalf of SBS and the ABC, as well as emergency broadcasting services, which cover 99% of the population. This is part of the network that we know where, in cases of emergency, we tell people to tune into ABC radio, because this is part of our official emergency transmission system, and that's a service that ABC provides for us, and also SBS. Mount Cootha, the Mount Cootha site is predominantly used for broadcasting radio and television for SBS and ABC to every household in metropolitan Brisbane, as well as the emergency broadcasting services that I mentioned before. The current lease to BAI Communications commenced on the 1st of February 2000. The company at the time was formerly known as NTL Australia, and the initial term of that was for 10 years. The lease in 2000 included 2 options for extensions, with the second and final option under the lease expiring next year on the 31st of January 2020. Prior to the current lease, the site was occupied by BAI's predecessor, NTA, under a 30-year lease agreement, which was from 1956 to 1986. NTA then remained on the site under a monthly tenancy from 1986 until it was acquired by NTL in 1999. So the point of all this is that there's been a very long history of the use of this site for this purpose, and for these kind of ongoing arrangements to be in place. Under the Federal Government's National Transmission Sales Act 1998, all NTA operations were transformed to the National Transmission Company before NTL acquired all of the shares in NTC from the Commonwealth. In September 2002, NTL rebranded as to Broadcast Australia, and this year again rebranded to BAI Communications. BAI has requested a new 10-year lease from Council with 2 options for further leases of 10 years each. Council officers obtained a market rental assessment for the site, which nominated a rent commencing at $200,000 per annum to be increased by 3% annually. The rental will be subject to a market review at the commencement of each option term. I'm advised that BAI has confirmed they accept the proposed rental and the annual increases. In addition, as the length of the lease, including the option terms, exceeds 10 years, BAI will be required to make an application to Council as the local planning authority to reconfigure the lot so that the premises is designated on its own lot on the plan pursuant to Queensland Government's Planning Act 2016. Item C is the regular Audit Committee report that comes through. Item D is the Creative Brisbane creative economy strategy, which I know the Deputy Mayor is very excited by. The creative economy helps make Brisbane a great place to live, work and relax. The creative sector is obviously...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
An extension of time moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Richards. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
The creative sector is obviously really essential to our city's lifestyle going forward, and is also a great opportunity for growth and for creating jobs as well. We want Brisbane to be the premier location for creative enterprises, including startups and small to medium businesses. And this refresh strategy focuses on 4 key areas of lifestyle, our people, resourcing and investment, and also creative infrastructure. We're building on the achievements since 2013, which include establishing the Lord Mayor's Creative Brisbane Advisory Board with local industry experts, increasing our festival program with an additional 47 events, with now more than 110 festivals on offer for our community, launching Botanica, Brisbane's first major outdoor contemporary art exhibition, investing $18.5 million in the development of festivals, events and cultural organisations, launching the Lord Mayor's Creative Small Business Forum, and establishing Brisbane's entrepreneurial innovation hub, The Capital. Through this refresh strategy, we're bringing together public and private sectors to enable our creative economy to diversify and grow, increasing the visibility and expression of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's culture in Brisbane, celebrating Brisbane's position as a live music hub, which is certainly a very exciting part of our creative industries, partnering with Brisbane Marketing to attract significant events so that creatives can access national and international markets, increasing visitation through iconic events, festivals and projects, looking into new funding models to support creative industries, and supporting creative use of council-owned public space, including libraries, parks and walking trails. Team Tribunal will continue to champion the creative sector in our small businesses because they are the backbone of our economy and the key to our livability as a city going forward. Item E is the lease and operation of the cafe located at 461 Main Street, Kangaroo Point. The cafe was constructed on trust land delivered by the Queensland Government in 2010 as part of the Kangaroo Point Parkland project. Now, people will remember that on this site prior to the park was the TAFE building. And so that TAFE building was removed and a new public park was created. And as part of the public park being created, there was a cafe created on the top of the cliffs, which has, I'm sure you would all agree, a fantastic view of the city and the river. When the Kangaroo Point Parkland was transferred to Council in 2010, the responsibility for this lease was also transferred to Council. The current lease came into effect on the 1st of March 2010 for up to 10 years and was awarded by the state to Montauban Pty Ltd. That operator then sold their business to the current operators and the lease was transferred to them. The current lease expires in February next year, and I'm advised there were no holdover provisions in the current lease to extend that lease. As the land is held in trust by Council, the lease must be undertaken in accordance with the standard procedures which require consent from the state government. Council officers undertook a tender process and went to the market with a request for proposal for a lease of up to 8 years. The tender opened on the 27th of August and closed on the 27th of September, which was a period of 5 weeks. The tender was advertised extensively in the Courier Mail, the AFR, plus on various websites as well through Council's marketing agent. Council received 7 responses to the tender and undertook a detailed assessment through a 2-stage evaluation process. All tenderers met the first stage of the evaluation and were assessed by the evaluation team for the second stage. 3 tenderers were then shortlisted and they were invited to provide a more detailed proposal. The shortlisted tenderers were then further evaluated and Council officers determined that one tenderer achieved the highest score across the weighted criteria, offering a competitive commercial offer including a competitive base rent. They have extensive track record in this type of venture and have tendered with a strong plan for environmental management as well as using locally sourced produce. The tender currently operates 8 cafes and restaurants. I am advised that the current operator put forward a tender. However, on this occasion, council officers recommended that another tenderer be awarded the lease. On behalf of council, I would like to acknowledge the contribution made by the current lessee, and I understand that they will continue operating until the conclusion of the lease, and I wish them every success for their future endeavours. Would also like to wish the successful tenderer every success in their operation of this cafe. Item F is the annual operating plan and quarterly financial report, and it shows the position of the budget as of September. During this quarter, council asked Brisbane residents what their ideas were for Victoria Park, and to date, more than 16,000 people have been involved, and more than 5,400 ideas for the future of Victoria Park have been received. Council is now busy taking that feedback on board and putting it into a Victoria Park vision. We were also able to announce a joint $500 million Better Roads for Brisbane program, and that will target 11 congestion hotspots across the city, and the 11 projects will improve safety and traffic flow across Indooroopilly, Rochedale, Ransom, Newstead, Malcrabat and Bracken Ridge. These projects have now been reflected under the second budget review, which is coming to council today as well. So it's been a busy quarter for council as we continue to deliver on the major projects that we're delivering. Not only things like road resurfacing, but also constructing key bikeways, Murphy Road and Nelson Road roundabout, Brisbane International Cruise Ship Terminal and Wynnum Road corridor upgrades. Item G is the Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan. The Neighbourhood Plan is presented to the Chamber for adoption. The Neighbourhood Plan will guide development in Banyo, Northgate and parts of the surrounding suburbs by supporting high-value industry and business development around 2 strategic employment precincts and also linked with good quality public transport. Changes to the land use and zoning around these future growth nodes will not only facilitate significant employment growth, but residents will also get greater housing diversity as well and improve protection for character and heritage buildings. Should the Chamber approve the adoption of the Neighbourhood Plan, the proposed amendment will be effective in the planning scheme by February next year. Item H, second budget review, as I referred to before. In this budget review, council has been able to realise more than $4 million in savings, with a proportion of these savings reinvested into major road network improvement design. A large feature of the second budget review is the introduction of the Better Roads for Brisbane program that I alluded to before. So that's $500 million jointly funded by council and the federal government, including upgrades in Commercial Road and Doggett Street, Moggle Road and Coonan Street, Hoyland Street, Norris Road, Barber Road and Norris Road, Beams Road, Newnham Road and Wecker Road, and Rochedale Road and Priestdale Road. And so we've also received funding for the Australian Government Black Spot program at Beanley Road and Nursery Road. We're finally receiving a grant from the Queensland Government for our accessible bus stop program, which has already upgraded more than 450 bus stops in the 18-19 financial year alone. But I'm particularly excited about moving forward with the Better Roads for Brisbane program as a result of this budget review, and that we flagged earlier that we'd be adding those projects into the budget at the earliest possible opportunity. We have reached an agreement with the federal government on the allocation of that funding, and we're moving forward now with design, consultation and construction of these really important projects. Item I is the major amendment to the City Plan Package C. This captures changes across a range of citywide provisions, including service station and industrial development, air quality modelling and criteria, industry thresholds, streetscape hierarchy, heritage and character, and bushfire overlay code. Changes to these provisions will improve the usability of the planning scheme by clarifying existing requirements and thresholds, reducing misinterpretation through text refinements, and ensuring the health and well-being of occupants of sensitive uses are protected. Major C is presented to the Chamber to progress to the second state interest review, and request the minister's approval to adopt the proposed amendment. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Richards.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
I have a motion from Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Marx, that this council now adjourn for a period of 15 minutes for the purpose of afternoon tea, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, welcome back. Is there any further contributions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just ask that first up, item A, B, D, E and I.
I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat that back to you.
Yep.
A, B, D, E
and I.
D, E and I.
Be taken together for voting. And then C, F, G, H together as a group.
I'm going to have to, all right. A, B, D, E and I together for debating and voting?
No, just voting.
Just voting?
Yeah.
And C, F, G for?
C, F, G and H.
And H.
Together.
Oh, yeah, okay. Right.
Yep.
That's just
the
other
remaining
split.
items, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Yes. Item A, the Cross River Rail Victoria Park South Construction Trustee lease. We have no problems with supporting this item. Cross River Rail is a vital infrastructure project, not only for rail capacity right across southeast Queensland, but particularly in the city of Brisbane. So we will be supporting this item going forward. Item B, the lease of land to BAI Communications for the existing broadcast facility at Mount Cootha. Again, we have no problems with this lease going forward and support this item. Item C, the report of the Audit Committee meeting on the 14th of November 2019. We have been consistent in our criticism of the makeup of the Audit Committee and the secret nature of the items that it discusses, the things that are not included in the report, and we maintain that well-founded criticism, we believe, of the report of the Audit Committee. This is the committee that has, of course, waved through invoice fraud in the past, and we see no reason to believe that this committee has in any way improved on those practices, so we'll not be supporting this item. Item D, the Creative Brisbane Creative Economy Strategy, something that we received a presentation on in the Public and Active Transport and Economic Development Committee this morning. This is a good strategy based on sound research, working with the creative industry, something that's been going on for the last couple of years. Would certainly like to see a greater level of investment through the strategy itself. Do realise that the strategy will drive, hopefully, greater industry investment and cross-industry investment in things like festivals and better opportunities for emerging artists and other people working in the creative economy. But certainly think there is scope to support this with greater financial support as well. We'll be supporting item D. Item E, Stores Board submission, lease and operation of the cafe at 461 Main Street, Kangaroo Point. We've been through this item and we'll be supporting this and support Council's chosen leasee, Bellissimo Coffee Pty Ltd. Had the highest value for money score and return the greatest level of rent to the people of Brisbane through that. Item F, the annual operational plan progress and quarterly financial report for period ended September 2019 and the 1920 budget second review. These documents are, as the administration will say, a point in time, pardon me, which is the first 3 months after the budget was handed down, the Lord Mayor's first budget as Lord Mayor, and the pre-election budget, and what has formed the administration, the LNP's election strategy, and particularly that extra money that they've put into the budget to promote themselves, Chair, those millions and millions of dollars, that $500,000 digital campaign that we've seen for the first time ever to promote the LNP and themselves going into the next election. So this is a point in time, obviously, but what we see at that point in time of where the budget got to, pardon me, is a bit of a dog's breakfast. 106,131,000 variances in the first quarter alone. This is an administration that has been in power for almost 16 years, We've had LNP mayors handing down budgets for 16 long years, and they'll say a budget is a living, breathing document and it changes from time to time, but there's 106 million reasons why this administration is out of touch and is out of time. We won't be supporting item F and H. Item G, the Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan. I've made extensive comments about this neighbourhood plan over the last few times it has come to this chamber. The last time it came, I said it was the least worst neighbourhood plan I'd seen come through council, but there are still significant concerns around character protection in the Northgate area and the lack of planning around active transport throughout the plan area and dealing with the council assets associated with connecting the community either side of the rail line through there, particularly in that Banyo area. And I know that this administration likes to just say that is a state government issue and a state government issue alone, but that road network in and around Banyo is fully owned and operated and controlled by council, and this neighbourhood plan doesn't make enough provision for the future planning of that. I attended some of those community planning team meetings as a local councillor, given 9 of the 18 holes of the golf course were included in the plan area, and they happen to be in my ward. So I did attend and observe some of those discussions that were going on, and the number one topic when it came to moving around, whether it was via car or foot or on bike or any other form of active transport, was primarily the Banyo open level crossing and council's road network around there. So that was number one for those people, and this hasn't been adequately addressed. So on balance, we won't be supporting item G, the Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan. And finally, item I, the major amendment to the City Plan, Package C. There were 14 or 17 submissions. Can't see that right in front of me right now. But we will be supporting that item in this package as well.
Further speakers? No one at all? Anyone? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise just to briefly speak on item G, the Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan. The Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan process has spanned more than 2 years from initiation through to today. It's included broad-based community engagement through surveys, community planning team meetings, one-on-one meetings and submissions. Additionally, extensive research has been undertaken to understand the near-term and longer-term requirements and demands of the city as it grows. There is a natural tension between short-term and long-term demands and potential land uses that need to be considered and managed impartially. In the context of this plan, specific focus has been given to the future requirements of the city in terms of businesses and jobs, and where those businesses and jobs will be located, with proximity to public transport being a key requirement. The Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan has been informed by the Brisbane Industrial Strategy, which recognises that industrial land uses must be protected and optimised, but that this needs to be done with regard to the dynamic local and global economy. Industrial uses are important as they are a key driver of jobs and economic activity in Brisbane, with 15% of jobs in Brisbane currently being in the industrial sector. This plan has laid the foundations for 2 employment hubs near the Northgate and Binder train stations. A number of large sites near these train stations have been rezoned to facilitate a wider range of business operations and, in some cases, the potential for a residential element. The new zoning allows for a wide variety of business uses, including low-impact industry and business sectors such as technology, design, digital and science. Importantly, these sites are located close to key services, transport, the M1 motorway, the airport, Trade Coast and complementary business operations in Northgate, Hamilton and Deagon wards. In summary, the Banyo Northgate Neighbourhood Plan has laid the foundations for future job hubs to support employment outcomes for residents of Northgate ward and indeed the wider Brisbane community. This will be achieved through better utilisation of key industrial sites to optimise the land and transport infrastructure. It has provided additional protection for over 100 character houses and 5 heritage homes, while recognising the demands for low and medium density housing outcomes as our city grows. Additionally, that has provided the framework for a broader range of housing and retail options close to a number of key railway stations, which better supports the public transport aspirations of the community and helps to reduce congestion. It is pleasing to reach the conclusion of this planning project, and I look forward to the positive evolution of the plan area and indeed the Northgate ward over coming years. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise just briefly to speak on, well, a number of issues. I'll say all of them, that way if I run out of time, I run out of time. Firstly, just regards the Banyo and Northgate neighbourhood plan, following on from Councillor Allen, can I just say that I noticed in this plan when it went through that the plan where it did change the zoning for certain areas still retained the character protections for the pre-1946 homes. Now, this is substantially different to what happened in my ward, for example, where areas when they were zoned LMR and then upzoned to MR automatically lost their character protections. And as a result, this is a significant issue for local residents in my area because these homes are being lost at a great rate of knots. So my concern is that preferable treatment has been given to character homes in this area that's not been afforded to other areas in Brisbane, and I don't think that is a fair or reasonable way to run the planning scheme. I have on numerous occasions moved motions in this place to ensure all pre-46 and pre-11 homes are protected, and it's been voted against every single time by the LNP administration. Yet in their own wards, they are prepared to undertake these protections, but not in areas that they do not represent. In my view, that is not a fair way to run the city. They must fairly represent all residents, and if it is good enough for character protections in Banyo and Northgate to be retained in areas that are being rezoned, it should be the same standard across the city. And I note that Councillor Allen, like all other LNP councillors, has repeatedly voted against these protections outside of his own ward, and I find that to be extremely disappointing. With respect to the with respect to the operational plan and quarterly report, I could rave on for hours about this, but you know, it's the same hodgepodge of rephasing. There's a bit of acceleration in this one, so there's a bit of acceleration. I mean, would there be something coming up where they want to look like they've been doing something? Is there a major event coming up in a few weeks' time or a few months' time? Yeah, there might be. I think, yeah, Christmas is coming. That's less than 4 weeks away now. But in March 2020, there's an election, and it's really fascinating because, you know, for years, Councillor Adams would stand up and say, oh, you know, it's always the end quarters, that's where all the work happens, but apparently not in an election year. In an election year, they speed it up. They speed it up. So it's Q2 where all the work happens. So you can be sure, Councillor Allen, if you hop up in future years and say, you know, no, it's the third and the fourth quarter where all the work happens, that will remind you of what's happening in this election year with respect to the expenditure of funds. But it is problematic that still so many projects for our city in the suburbs are not happening as promised, and there seems to be you know, ongoing problems with the delivery of projects like stormwater drainage, pools, you name it. So there is a bigger systemic problem here in how this city runs, and obviously in this case our financial and deliverables are being influenced by the election outcome, and I just think that's really improper. With respect to the Cross River Rail Victoria Park construction lease, I've spoken about this in the chamber before. I am very concerned about the loss of parkland to become a construction site. And yes, this is another opportunity for the LNP to hop up and blame the state government. It's originally their land and so forth. But this just demonstrates to me that this administration is certainly prepared to commercialise parks. I am awaiting the outcome of their Victoria Park master planning process, and I fear that the only thing we'll see is the current existing commercial operation of a golf course being swapped out for a new commercial operation, whatever that may be. But meanwhile, whilst Cross City Rail is an important project for our city, it should not come at the expense of preserving the oldest park in Brisbane. It is not a new park, as the LNP administration have been frequently saying. It was established as a park in the 1850s. Yes, and it has. It's been shrinking. It's been shrinking for a number of reasons, including an ALP road going right through the middle of it, schools and other things. But it continues, in my view, to not be treated as a parkland, as a green space, and that was the purpose for which it was set up. And it is still almost 200 years later, I think, completely relevant that it should be maintained as an inner city green space. So I am concerned about that, and I would think that, you know, the state government clearly has done a deal with council here. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. So they'll be mates with the state government when there's something in it for them. I don't think the appeasement strategy of the ALP in George Street has ever served them well, but they seem to continue doing it, and I don't really know why. The audit report is its stunning, usual, insightful reading with nothing in it. The Creative Brisbane Economy Strategy, well, I'm sure Councillor Adams is going to hop up and tell us all about how brilliant that is. More money being spent on marketing and advertising, I would suspect. And it's really interesting, you know, to me that we recently got an email from Council asking us to buy Brisbane marketing collaterals. I don't know, all councillors got it, I presume, and I was quite fascinated to see that the way in which that this administration wants us to go about our business, and that is to purchase flyers about Brisbane marketing to share with the residents of Brisbane. So I'm really not entirely certain about the usefulness of the Creative Brisbane Creative Economy strategy, and I'd be thinking that that'd be a bit well, useless. It'll be all about marketing yet again. Finally, with respect to Package C, I'm not sure that the administration have quite got this right. However, I have a number of commercial character buildings in my ward, and it is important that we make sure that they are protected. I do, however, continue to have concerns about the way in which this administration goes about undertaking amendments to City Plan, and I do not trust them for a minute.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor? All right, and I'll now put the resolution for items A, B, D, E and I. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. On items C, F, G and H, all those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cook and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Attendants, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. Please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw to your attention the E&C report of the 22nd of November. Lord Mayor.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Friday, 22nd of November, be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. The report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Friday, the 22nd of November 2019, be adopted. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor.
Yes, Mr Chair. 3 items before us. Item A relates to the City Beat sub-leases at Adelaide Street, Brisbane, and also the Valley Police Beat. These are 2 existing police beat locations whereby council leases the facilities, and those are provided to the Queensland Police to run police beat facilities. QPS shares possession of both premises in both Adelaide Street and in Brunswick Street. The Queen Street Mall special levy and the Valley Mall special levy covers the rental costs for these 2 police beats. It's a long-standing arrangement, and this is a continuation of that long-standing arrangement. The proposed rent for each sublease is a peppercorn rent of $1 per annum to the QPS. And obviously, I'm sure this is something that all councillors will support. Second item, item B, is the donation that I referred to recently about the bushfires, $100,000 from Brisbane City Council distributed equally among the Red Cross, Lifeline Queensland, Salvation Army, St Vincent de Paul Society, and also Give It in support of the victims of the Queensland bushfires. Once again, I expect all councillors will be happy to support this one. Item C is the submission regarding the metro vehicles. Now, the contract here that we're debating and deciding on today is really important in terms of ensuring that going forward we have a vehicle that is not only tried and tested in other parts of the world, but tried and tested here in Brisbane. And so the contract is quite unique. It's not a contract to buy 60 metro vehicles. It's a contract to buy 1 metro vehicle with an option to buy 59 more. And that's very deliberately been done to make sure we manage the potential risks when it comes to new technology coming here, being tried for the first time in Brisbane conditions and Brisbane's busway and metro environment. And so we're purchasing a pilot vehicle as well as the associated charging infrastructure that goes with that vehicle. We're doing the testing, and that testing will commence next year. And then we, upon the satisfactory conclusion of that testing and achieving the outcomes that we need to, we have the option to buy 59 more of those vehicles. Importantly, these vehicles will be manufactured in combination with Volgren, which I referred to before, has a local manufacturing and assembly facility right here in Brisbane at Eagle Farm, near the Brisbane Airport. And Volgren are currently doing our bus building for us with the current fleet of Optimus buses, and they have partnered up with Hess, a Swiss company, to provide an opportunity not only to get access to the latest technology when it comes to electric vehicles, but to provide local benefits here to Brisbane and Brisbane industry and Brisbane employees. And so locally, there will be around 40 jobs involved in the fit-out of the vehicles and the construction of charging facilities, and that includes a range of things that are associated with making the vehicles ready to go into service. And I suspect that we will see the opportunity for these type of vehicles through this partnership to be sold to other parts of Australia as well, with the facility here in Brisbane being used for that. And that is in fact the case already, with the Volgren plant at Eagle Farm being used not only to build Brisbane City Council buses, but also vehicles for other operators as well. And so there are other operators around Australia that have vehicles that are built and assembled here in Brisbane in the Eagle Farm Volgren facility. So I think it's a great outcome, not only, as I said, in terms of getting this great latest technology when it comes to electric vehicles, but also for the way that we're using local suppliers as well in the chain and supporting local jobs through this contract. When we originally went out to market for the metro vehicles, we were not sure at that time about the electric vehicle technology that would be available through this tender process. We had seen examples in other parts of the world where this type of technology was being used, and as the process has moved forward, and this is a process we started last year, it's become clearer and clearer that the new technology, the fully electric technology, is far superior to the traditional diesel technology. And we put that to the test very clearly in this procurement process, because out of the 3 vehicles that were shortlisted, there was one more traditional diesel vehicle, and then there were 2 electric vehicles. And so they went to head-to-head effectively in this procurement process to see which would come out on top. Now, it certainly would have been possible for council to save some money up front by purchasing diesel vehicles. The upfront cost is cheaper, there is no doubt about that. But there are a couple of really important reasons why the electric vehicle from Hess and Volgren came out on top. Not only does it make use of that great electric technology, but the way that they proposed to do the rapid charging, together with slow charging overnight, slow charging at the depot at Rochdale using off-peak power at lower power prices, combined with fast charging during the day when these vehicles are out operating, was a great system that would work well with the metro line of 21 kilometres. But also the environmental impacts are significantly improved, and there's a reduction in operating costs that are really significant over the life of these vehicles. And so while we see that the initial upfront cost of the contract, including vehicles and the charging facilities and the charging system that comes with it, is 105 million more than we had anticipated, that original figure was based on a traditional diesel variant, and it didn't include any kind of charging facilities for obvious reason. So when you add the extra cost up front of purchasing electric vehicles and their batteries, and when you add the charging infrastructure in there, there's a $105 million upfront difference. But the interesting thing is, over the operating of the vehicles, you see more than half, well over half of that increased cost is offset by reductions in operating costs. So the simple things like the fact that we're not putting diesel in these vehicles, there's not the same level of ongoing maintenance that's required. Electric vehicles require far less maintenance than a traditional vehicle, and their engines are a completely different setup, and so don't require extensive mechanical maintenance and servicing. And so you see that cost really starting to be offset when you look at the overall picture and the operating costs. But add to that some things that we haven't put a price on in this as well, which are things like the environmental benefits that come with electric vehicles, and also things like the reduction in noise pollution and tailpipe emissions. They haven't been quantified in a dollar sense in this contract, but they are really significant and important parts of the contract that we have considered and that we should consider. So you might not put a dollar figure on them, but I think that everyone would agree that they are really important things to consider. If you stand at the Cultural Centre busway station at the moment on any given peak hour, morning or night, you will notice a few things. First of all, there's massive congestion there and buses coming every few seconds. You will also notice that the noise is incredible. You cannot hear yourself think because of all the diesel engines turning over and the buses accelerating and decelerating. It is a really noisy and unpleasant environment. And that will be replaced with whisper quiet, zero tailpipe emission metro vehicles. And that is something that, as I said, we haven't put a dollar value on, but will create a much more pleasant environment for people using our public transport network. And when you get into these vehicles, you can see that they are a very tram-like experience. When you're riding in one of these metro vehicles, it is like riding in a tram. The size, in some respects, is similar or larger to some trams that we see around the world, and the carrying capacity of between 150 and 180 people is a significant carrying capacity.
Your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Extension of time has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Richards. All those in favour say aye. Aye. In the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll try and wrap it up quickly. But when you compare other parts of this vehicle to what you would get with trams, then you start to see the difference. Buying a traditional light rail system generally comes with very expensive tracks, catenary wires and overhead power, and requires a lot of expensive infrastructure to be put in just to facilitate the trams up and down the single line. What you've got here is a disruptor in public transport, as I mentioned earlier in question time. These vehicles can do whatever a tram can do, but they are far more flexible and they are far more cost effective as well. And when you compare the costs, the benefits and the flexibility, you will see how what we have here will really change the face of public transport, because you can run them on dedicated busways. You can even, if you want, potentially run these on transit ways as well. Now, the question of whether you should is a legitimate question to debate, because ultimately, when you start mixing mass transit with general traffic, and you start having mass transit having to stop at traffic lights, then some of the benefits of the dedicated and separated busway environment are lost. But certainly on the busway, these vehicles will operate in a very efficient and reliable manner, will provide a level of service to customers which we haven't seen in Australia, and will certainly be a far more cost-effective way of delivering a mass transit solution than some of the more traditional methods that we've seen. But if the state government persists with their northern transitway and their eastern transitway, then there is no technical reason why these vehicles could not be operated on that type of environment. So that will be ultimately a matter for TransLink. TransLink will have to decide whether they want to purchase more of these vehicles for that purpose, and that's a matter for them down the track. But ultimately, you can use these vehicles on the road in a transitway kind of situation. As I said, the only disadvantage would be if you're mixing with general traffic. These are very large vehicles, and also stopping at traffic, getting caught in congestion would erode some of the benefits of having a fully separated system. So this is a very exciting day for Council. We're moving forward with Metro. Just a short time ago, we got the support of the state government to proceed with early works, and that is moving forward. The project will see work happening in January when it comes to on-the-ground work, shovels and picks and jackhammers and excavators starting their work. We have consistently brought through submissions to purchase private property for the Metro depot, and now that we have a preferred vehicle, we can finalise the design of the depot to suit those fully electric vehicles to ensure that there's appropriate infrastructure in place. And the interesting thing is this will affect the design of the depot quite significantly, because a traditional diesel kind of depot will be different to a fully electric depot. So we'll now progress with the design and construction of the depot based on this selection of vehicle, and that part of the project can also move forward particularly given that we've been progressively acquiring the land needed for that depot. So an exciting day for Metro, another important step. And I would finally simply say that Minister Bailey and the state government has been asking for us to make this decision, and we are making this decision today. He wanted to know what the vehicle was that we're proposing for Brisbane Metro. We have put forward an option, and this option, or this preferred vehicle, ticks all of the minister's boxes when it comes to his requirements for the Metro vehicle. He had in the past been on the record raising questions about, well, what will the vehicle be? What will its specifications be? What will its speed be? What will acceleration be? What will its powertrain be? All of those questions are being answered here today so that we can all move forward in a positive way. I want to particularly thank the officers that have been involved in this process. This has seen what is truly an exciting project moving forward positively, and as I said, getting the world's best technology, partnering with Brisbane business and making sure that we get the best outcome for Brisbane.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. Just ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Item C
please.
taken seriatim for voting.
Yes, thank you. Item A, the sublease of the premises for the police beats at Adelaide Street and Brunswick Street, Fortitude Valley. We will, of course, be supporting those items. We are happy to assist the administration in having police located as close as possible to the chamber when they decide to call them on opposition and independent councillors for the police's ease of operations, of course, Chair. Item B, the donation to assist the people and communities affected by bushfires. We wholeheartedly support this item, $100,000 being donated on behalf of the residents of Brisbane. That is in addition to the $1,645 that I donated on behalf of the people of Brisbane that was paid to me in cash. Again, reiterate for the Lord Mayor's reference that cash payments to politicians should stop. That should be enough for you, Lord Mayor. That's on record again. And item C, design and build of the Brisbane Metro vehicles. Now, this is an interesting one, Mr Chair, because we had the Lord Mayor release the details of the cost blowout to the Sunday Mail just gone, where he revealed there was a $100 million blowout in this aspect of the project. That's on top of the at least $90 million blowout due to poor planning when it comes to the location of the Cultural Centre busway station and the lack of consultation with other asset owners in that area. So we know what we do know from the Lord Mayor's own public statements on this matter, that this project has already blown out by $190 million. $100 million of that is specifically on this item. And the Lord Mayor said on ABC radio on Monday that that blowout would be covered by the contingency figure. Now, we know that the contingency figure for a project like the Kingston Smith Drive project, if it was managed properly and delivered on time and on budget, would have been returned in full to the ratepayers of Brisbane as a saving on that project. Now, we know there is a secret contingency when it comes to this project contained in the $944 million price tag, and the Lord Mayor has already admitted that $190 million at least will be used up of that contingency. We don't know what that contingency is, or, well, sorry, the people of Brisbane don't know what that contingency is because we've been gagged from telling it. It is a secret. So what will the true cost of the Brisbane Metro project be? Is the contingency $190 million? Is it higher or is it lower? These are questions that the people of Brisbane deserve to know. The figures that we have here, we're not allowed to tell the people of Brisbane on the back page of the commercial in confidence information, show that now, instead of being the pre-market estimate of $94 million for vehicles, is now $199 million, which includes a secret contract contingency over and above that of many, many, many millions of dollars. When the Lord Mayor says this blowout was contained in the contingency, I can say that contingency was many, 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 many millions of dollars less than this blowout. So when the Lord Mayor got up on ABC radio and said, this cost blowout's nothing to worry about, absolutely nothing to worry about. Don't worry about a $100 million cost blowout on this project, nothing to see here. It's all in the contingency. Well, that was tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars off. Now, I don't know whether the Lord Mayor maybe forgot about that when he did that interview, or whether he knew, or he decided not to say it, or whether he lied about that in that interview. But the figures that we're given in here to make a decision on are figures that the people who pay for this project are not allowed to know. So when it comes to this project as a whole now, we know in public statements there is at least $190 million in terms of blowouts on this project. We know the Lord Mayor's form when it comes to overseeing his own signature projects like Kingston Smith Drive, that is his fingerprints all over it. Brisbane Metro has his fingerprints all over it. What happened on the Kingston Smith Drive project? 100% of that contingency has now been used, and someone is going to pay through the nose after that. And we know now that at least $190 million is blown out on the Metro project before a single shovel has hit the dirt. Now, we just heard the Lord Mayor say that these bendy buses could be used anywhere in Brisbane, everywhere in Brisbane. Transitways even, like perhaps the Northern Transitway or the Eastern Transitway. These are transitways that the LNP are campaigning against at the moment. Yes. So the Lord Mayor's getting up here and saying, don't worry about us blowing $100 million on this aspect, and then another $90 million, somewhere between $90 and $400 million on another aspect of the project that was never planned properly in the first place, was designed on the back of an envelope. Because in the end, it'll be fine. These buses will be able to be used on transitways that the LNP don't want, that don't support, that are actively campaigning against when it comes to providing dedicated, separated public transport infrastructure for the eastern and northern suburbs of Brisbane. We know that when you build dedicated, separated public transport infrastructure that delivers people on time with great regularity, people will choose to use public transport. We saw that when the Labor government invested in the busways, in the southeast busways, in the northern busway. Again, a busway that the LNP campaigned against, and Campbell Newman very happily cut the ribbon on that in his first few months as Premier there. When those busways were built, and this is what this bendy bus will be operating on, the busways that Labor state government built, when they were built, people flocked to buses in their droves. We saw tens of millions of extra trips taken. That growth over that period from the mid-2000s through to now, through to a few years ago, was exponential. And the missing ingredient is providing extra dedicated and separated public transport infrastructure. Not just putting extra banana buses on existing infrastructure, but actually providing extra infrastructure for those buses or any buses to use. And for the Lord Mayor to stand up here today and say that these buses that have now more than doubled in price on his watch will be great because they can be used on a transitway that they are actively campaigning against is an absolute joke, So if the Lord Mayor thinks that in isolation, and while he campaigns against transitways in the eastern suburbs and the northern suburbs, that this 60 banana buses will be a game changer for Brisbane, he probably thinks a merry-go-round is the Melbourne Cup chair. So we don't think at many stages throughout this project, so we don't think that this administration, which is true to their form, to get the levels of blowouts both in time and cash on the Kingston Smith Drive project, they had to be dragged kicking and screaming because they didn't want the people who are actually paying for these projects to know how much money they had wasted on it, that the Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, had personally overseen that project and his fingerprints were all over it again, we're seeing that history repeated. I don't think Brisbane can afford this, Lord Mayor, Chair. They haven't been upfront with these costs. We know even in the cost blowouts that have been announced on Sunday and talked about in the media on Monday, yesterday, the Lord Mayor hasn't been upfront about that. I don't know if he intentionally lied about the contingency covering this cost blowout or not, but we think the people of Brisbane deserve to know how their $1.134 billion metro now is going to cost when maybe it is finally delivered in 2023. And whether these banana buses will in fact be able to use the eastern and northern transitways, given the LNP at all levels, at a council and a state level, are campaigning against providing dedicated and separated public transport infrastructure for these and other buses to use to get people home quicker and safer. There you go. So they like to use that when it's a nice little political slogan they can stick on a glossy brochure and shove the Lord Mayor's image on it. But when it comes to actually getting rubber to hit the road,
Cassidy, your time has
we
expired.
cannot trust them.
Further speakers? Councillor Shree.
Thanks. Just briefly on the three items before us, I'm not so supportive of item A. I think the Queensland Police Service should be paying for its own rent. I understand that the value of the rent for the East Police beats is covered by the special levies for the malls, but I think it would be nice if the state government actually put up the money for that itself. On item B, I'm very supportive of the donation to bushfire-affected communities, and I'd urge this administration to actually consider making a much larger donation. I think it's disappointing that both the state government and this council are only putting forwards around 100k each. Obviously, it's particularly disappointing that the state government isn't coughing up a bit more, but given how wealthy this council is and given the fact that our quality of life and our food systems, etc., depend on the regions around us, I think it is incumbent upon all of us to give a little bit more. Certainly, I don't think it would hurt if the councillors in this place all took a bit of a pay cut and put that money towards the communities affected by bushfires. And I note that the Lord Mayor's expenses budget is equivalent, one-year expenses budget is equivalent to the amount that this entire council is donating. So it might be worth thinking about maybe whether the Mayor wants to donate that expenses budget to communities affected by bushfires instead. I do think there's enough money in the council's annual budget to make a much larger donation to affected communities, and I think that's something that hopefully this administration will consider going forward. Just finally with item C, the design and build of the Brisbane Metro vehicles, I actually think these vehicles look really good. I think they seem to tick a lot of the boxes in terms of design. I'm really pleased that they're not diesel powered, and I want to congratulate the administration for making that call. For a long time now, we've been saying that economically it just makes a lot more sense to run on electric vehicles with batteries rather than fossil fuel powered engines. And obviously from an environmental perspective as well, it's a really positive outcome. I'm still not supportive of this particular item in the sense that I have concerns about the particular form of outsourcing and the fact that so much of the maintenance and ongoing service contracts are going to be outsourced. I'd rather see those elements of fleet maintenance kept in-house. So while I'm very, very supportive of the actual style of vehicle as a whole, I'm not going to support the item before us in its current form. I did just want to ask a couple of other questions because I was still left a little bit unclear after the briefing today around the operating temperatures of the vehicles. I understand that we're looking towards a future where 40-degree days might become a regular occurrence in the summer months in this city. And I'm mindful that often vehicles that are designed by companies from colder climates and that are designed in colder climates might not always be thinking 100% about the realities of operating in a what will soon be a tropical city rather than a subtropical city. So it would just be great to be able to clarify that once the temperature gets up above 40 degrees, it's not as if these vehicles suddenly have to stop running or come off the road. I understand that there is some question marks about whether the air conditioning will be able to keep the cabins comfortable on particularly hot days. I'm optimistic that the administration is taking this seriously and will look into it closely, so I'm not going to speculate or assume the worst, but I just want to really emphasise the importance of not ignoring that element of the design, that these vehicles will be carrying a lot of people potentially in very hot circumstances, and it would be a shame if the mistakes we've seen in certain other mass transit city systems in cities around the world are repeated here, where you occasionally hear those horror stories of, oh, this council or this government got a heap of large new BRT, bus rapid transit vehicles, and they weren't designed for the heat, and as a result passengers don't want to catch them because they're too hot and stuffy for large numbers of people. So hopefully that's on the minds of the project team, but in general I do think it's nice to see a vehicle that seems to be ticking a lot of the boxes. I would be just keen to know a little bit more about how this particular item relates to the electric buses trial that the council is also funding. Is this essentially happening completely in parallel and there's not really much overlap between the two programs, or is it the case that we might be able to learn some lessons from the metro vehicles, or that the electric bus trial will give us some lessons that can be applied to the metro vehicles? So yeah, congrats to the administration on at least getting that element right. Obviously I still have broader concerns about the metro project as a whole, but this does seem like a step in the right direction.
Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak briefly on the item A before us, the City Beat subleases at 65 Adelaide Street and the Valley Police Beat in Brunswick Street. I'm pleased to hear that the opposition do support these measures because they are vital for the operation of the city. These are two subleases between the council and the Department of Housing and Public Works, who are acting on behalf of the QPS. By way of background, Mr. Chair, council leases the premises at 65 Adelaide Street for the operation of City Safe and 275 Brunswick Street in the Valley for the Valley Mall's Management Office. As we've heard, QPS, the Queensland Police Service, occupies both premises through the City Beat. This expense is covered by the special levy for the Queen Street Mall and the Valley Mall. That covers the rental costs for the leases of these premises on the basis that the Queensland Police Service maintains a presence in close proximity to the malls. And we know in particular that that's a vital service to be operating in the Valley on most nights, unfortunately, but the police presence there is welcomed, and we know that the majority of patrons in the Valley appreciate the close proximity of the police to that entertainment venue. That sublease for the Valley Mall Police Beat expired in March last year, and with agreement, the QPS has been subleasing on a monthly basis until this new sublease can be signed. Mr. Chair, the Valley Police Beat and the Valley Malls have been working together from those premises since, I believe, 1998, so a long period of time, a long-standing partnership that is for the benefit of local traders and residents. They're not big spaces. The sublease is for approximately 160 square metres of the whole leased area, which is only 300 square metres. In Adelaide Street, the QPS has shared possession of the site on a less formal basis, which has been in place since 2002. That proposed sublease is again for an area of about 180 square metres, and the whole area leased is about 263 square metres. So these proposed rents are at a peppercorn rate, I'm pleased to say, $1 per annum. The sublease for the City Beat is proposed to go through till 30th of January 2023. I like to close just by acknowledging the fantastic work that the Queensland Police Service does on behalf of our city and behalf of our residents, and in particular for these operations of the local traders and businesses in the Valley and close to the city. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items A, B and C. Just briefly on item A, certainly have no problem with their sublease to the police. It's important they have a high-profile presence both in the city and the Valley, and it's good that we can work cooperatively with them. I don't believe Councillor Cassidy's not here, but my understanding is that the police who visit our chamber from time to time actually come from the other end of town, Charlotte Street, I think. So I'm not sure that this will particularly help one way or the other. With respect to the donation for the bushfire-affected communities, I certainly support that as well. I would have hoped that perhaps there's something else that we can do in an in-kind way to support local councils who've been affected by the bushfires. I know the LGAQ was coordinating a response with respect to flood-affected local councils, and I don't know if they're doing the same here, but as Councillor Burke is paid, top dollar on top of his council salary to represent this council on the LGAQ board, I would hope that there is something more that we could do to assist fire-affected councils, given we have a very extensive and large program around our natural environment. So, like Councillor Sri, I agree. I think there's more we can do to partner with perhaps a badly affected local council near Brisbane. And, those fires came very, very close, to our city limits. But I certainly want to spend most of my time speaking about item C, which is the Brisbane Metro vehicles. Where to start with this? I'll start at the top. It is wrong, in my view, to be progressing by purchasing buses, big bendy buses, without having an approved project, without having an approved final design, without having an approved route, without having final specifications. And whilst it seems now the state government and council are playing nice together, it is literally putting the cart before the horse to sign off on a vehicle when we do not have a final engineering and approved route design plan for the new tunnels and for the new engineering required for the busway project that comes with the Metro. And that is wrong. This is where projects go badly wrong. You cannot buy buses in isolation. Now, I'm presuming, given the timing of all of this, when the tender went out, it was all done on the basis of what the old design was going to be, which is not going to be the new design for the tunnel and the busway, because that's all changed. Now, maybe it'll change back to what it was because the council and the state government are playing nice together for 5 minutes, but maybe it won't. Maybe we will end up with buses that won't fit. I don't know. But what I do know is you should not be buying the buses that are going to run in this new metro corridor without having final design approved plans for their route and the tunnel system in which they're going to run through. It is sheer stupidity, in my view, to be doing that. So that is my fundamental and primary concern, and that is where these projects go absolutely wrong, because this administration is rushing. This came up to council on Friday for a special E&C meeting, and they're pumping it through here on the Tuesday. This is dangerous. This is where projects go badly wrong, and this council, unfortunately, has an appalling track record, particularly under Adrian Schrinner when he was the Public and Active Transport Chair, and now as Lord Mayor. And I don't want to see money going down the toilet because council is rushing and has not done the engineering and design work first and then sort the vehicles that fit that plan. Secondly, the money. Now, publicly today, the council announced the project would be, I think, $199 million, which is double the cost that they told us it would be just a few months ago. Now, that's actually not right. It's actually much higher than that, but because it has been decided it's commercial in confidence, I cannot say publicly how much more it will be, but I can tell you it is millions and millions and millions of dollars more than this council incorrectly and deliberately improperly disclosed this morning. They know the amount that they
Point of
stated
order,
publicly.
Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
I believe the council is imputing motive.
Councillor Johnston, please be, as you know, please be aware that to keep on topic and please don't impugn motive if you were. Please continue.
Thank you. I am on topic because they announced $199 million this morning, and in the papers before us today, which have been redacted and I am not allowed to publicly disclose, the real figure is significantly higher, millions and millions and millions of dollars, and that is not right. They've been dishonest in terms of the information
Point of order,
they
Mr.
released
Chair.
to the public this morning.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
That is imputing motive. She clearly got that answer during the information session today.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Johnston, you know full well the commercial and confidence rules. You know, I've tolerated quite a bit, but please, please be mindful of the things in front of us, and please, for your own well-being, be conscious of the rules around commercial and confidence.
Well, I haven't disclosed any figures. I've just said it's millions and millions of dollars more, and it's true. So let's be clear. When they went out this morning and said the project was $199 million, they were lying. It is not. It is much higher. And in the figures before me today, which I've been told I cannot disclose and haven't disclosed, it is much higher. Now, that is wrong. That is wrong. The residents of Brisbane will never know because this administration has chosen to hide it. Hide it. Now, they're not the only problems. Here's a few other problems with this. Oh my God. Now, it's so lovely that we're having electric big bendy buses, and I applaud the administration for attempting to deliver an environmentally sustainable public transport solution, but here's where it goes wrong. These buses can travel between 34 and 41 kilometres without recharging. The busway total length from Northern Stop to Rochdale Depot is 21 kilometres. Every single bus on every single trip needs to plug itself into the new charging points and charge. It's going to have to be every bus, every trip. The battery life of these vehicles is not enough to sustain a round trip. Now that, in my view, is just unbelievable. What's going to happen when the poor bus runs out of power on the busway? Because that was a question I asked this afternoon as well, and they haven't worked that out yet. They'll probably tow them back to the depot. So there's no plan for actually dealing with the emergency scenario. There are going to be 4 power bays at each route, but maybe less at the other ones. So you're going to have all these buses lined up, plugged in for approximately 6 minutes. Yep, we'll see how that goes. Essentially then they'll charge up and they'll go off on their run back the other way, and then they'll have to charge again. And guess what? Are we using renewable energy to do this? Are we going to perhaps think of a good solution that will lessen our environmental footprint on this planet? No, we are not. These are going to be...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
I am sitting and listening. Councillor Johnston is blatantly misleading the chamber because she has changed her questions, her answers on everything she heard today. That is not what she's told. She is misleading the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Once again, Councillor Johnston, please be mindful of the rules that govern us here.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Just allow me to conclude this one, and then I'll go straight to you, Councillor Shree. Please be mindful of the rules that govern this place, and please do your best to be accurate. Councillor Shree.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, is misleading the chamber actually a valid point of order?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, can I just, it's in the meeting's local law that you can't mislead the chamber? Because I feel like that happens all the time in here. We have people misleading the chamber.
Well, I mean, for a second I thought you were making a valid point of order rather than just being cheap.
No,
sit down. No, you've made your point.
No,
allow Councillor Johnston to continue.
You've welcomed questions.
Councillor Johnston.
Let me be clear. I'm not misleading anybody. The officer sat up the front there and he said 4 parking bays at each route. And then I said, is it going to plug into the grid or are we using some sort of renewable source? And he said, no, it's plugging into the grid because it needs extra power. It needs extra power. I can tell you their exact words. They're a huge draw on the power system. So we've got electric buses, tick, but we're just going to take the coal-fired power from Tarong to plug the buses into. So let's be clear, why hasn't Council looked at a proper end-to-end solution that minimises the environmental impact of these buses? That's my other concern. The next one, 180 seat capacity on the bus. their maximum 35 seats.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order. Deputy Mayor.
Would Councillor Johnston just take a question?
Councillor Johnston, will you take a question?
No. Oh
Councillor Johnston has declined the question.
Thanks so much. That's excellent. I'm not. It's pretty clear to me. That's what we were told this morning. Now, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, you've got your opportunity to stand up and
Okay,
speak.
no, Councillor Johnston. All comments will be made in the third person through me. All right. Please adhere to the rules that you are so keen to have other people enforce on.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Just in the spirit of fairness, I want to draw your attention to the fact that Councillor Johnston was referring to comments that were being called out by interrupting
Thank you, Councillor
councillors,
Sri.
and I think that's
once
important
again,
to note on the record.
that thing I stated, the comment to be in the third person and through me is a universal statement to all councillors. All right. Councillor Johnston, you've got 70 seconds.
I definitely need extension. 180 seats in total, 180 spaces in total, but only 35 seats, plus I think maybe 8 for disabled people. So from Rochdale to the hospital, you're going to have, I don't know, 150 people standing up. I'm sure they're going to be thrilled with Brisbane's new metro. The next problem is certainly around how it was described, even in the presentation this morning. Council described it as modern light rail. I was a bit surprised myself because it definitely looks like a bus to me with a couple of bendy sections in it. But even in the presentation this morning, it was described by the officers, and the words were in the presentation, that this metro is like modern light rail. I was super impressed with that. Then, of course, I was very interested in the experience of the bus driver, the bus company doing this, a Swiss company. They have 12 of these vehicles in operation in Geneva, in Switzerland. They've been in operation since 2018. I too share Councillor Shree's concern about how effective this technology will be in the extreme heat.
Expired.
Point of order. Can I move an extension? I'd like to move an extension.
Time has been moved by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston.
And Councillor Cook.
Oh, right. I did not hear you. And Councillor Cook. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Councillors, please do not interact like that at a division. Attendants, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour, 20 against and 1 abstention.
The noes have it. Please return to your chairs. Further speakers?
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Adams. Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be smart before. It was a genuine question about the means local law.
Okay. I appreciate that.
So there is a point of order of misleading the chamber?
I believe there is, but look, can I talk to you
Sure.
at the break about it? There is a list. I'll happy to discuss these things, but I try my best to be good to everybody. Councillor Shree. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item C. and to some of the debate that has actually been in the chambers today. First of all, I would like to say that getting to this point is a major milestone in the Metro project, and it doesn't happen by accident. Projects this size require constant attention, enthusiasm, effort and non-wavering support to make sure that it continues in the face of a lot of adversity over the last 18 months. And I want to thank the project team for the efforts to date in delivering the Metro project, and particularly the contract we see here before us today. What we do have before us today is an E&C that very clearly is approving the purchase of one Metro vehicle. Let's get that close and very clear. We heard that it was ridiculous to be buying all the buses. All the bendy buses is the words that they're using, but they are saying it's ridiculous to purchase all the Metro vehicles without an approval. We are not purchasing all the Metro vehicles in this report that is before us today, and therein lies the case. The attention to detail and the blatant lack of wanting to understand this submission that we heard from the Councillor for Tennyson today. We have an approved route. We have no worries that the Metro vehicle selected today will have any different effect on any design changes that may come around through the continued consultation that we have with the state government. Can I first mention what I would really like to ask Councillor Johnson if she would allow me to clarify around the seating, that there was a mistake made today. Sorry, nearly spilled my water. There was a mistake made today in the presentation by the council officer, who did an outstanding job. Thank you to him. But he did say that there was 30 seats in the vehicle, which is not actually correct. There are 60 seats in the vehicle with 90 standing. The difference is 30. So, as you can understand, he got questions fired at him for 30 minutes. That was towards the end, but there was a mistake made in that answer. So it is 60 seats with 90 standing, which is equivalent to light rail. And what we see particularly at the Gold Coast, if you've been on the light rail down there, which I have, there is not many seats and a lot of standing capacity as well. We heard also continually that we have decided it's commercial in confidence. We have not decided it is commercial in confidence. As I made clear at the beginning and again when councillors came late and at the end of the presentation today, it is under the very clear guidance from City Legal, which do their job to protect the councillors in this place, that this is the intellectual property of the three tenderers that we have here before us. The dollars are the intellectual property of what they are offering in their tender to council, and we are not able to release those dollars of the individual tenders here in this place for their intellectual property, whether you like it or not, Councillor Johnson.
Councillors, please, when you're interjecting, as you know, I tolerate quite a lot of interjections, but please just don't say the same thing over and over and over. Try to be creative in your attempts at interjection, please. Just a little bit of effort goes a long way. Councillor Adams, please.
This so secret program that apparently has poor planning and lack of consultation. The lack of consultation after 278 meetings of consultation, and then Minister Bailey made changes. I don't know how many meetings or consultation with the whole precinct through there Councillor Cassidy thinks is enough, but we're now up to 320. Maybe it's 400, maybe it's 450, but there absolutely has not been a lack of consultation, but there was a last-minute change which was absolutely not made of our doing for that $90 million in change on design. And I've got the great pleasure of standing up here this afternoon. I'm sorry, Councillor Allen, doing another financial speech this afternoon about the increase in the costs for the electric vehicle that we are now looking at this afternoon. We did our base case on a diesel engine. As it was very clear in the briefing information session that all councillors got today, but not all councillors came to, that we are no longer getting a diesel bus. We have gone the clean, green and sustainable way. But when you don't take a diesel bus, you also need to take the infrastructure with that. Diesel buses would not have required an infrastructure change, but with electric vehicles, we need charging infrastructure, we need battery infrastructure. So there is an increase in the upfront cost for an electrical vehicle. But as was made clear by the Lord Mayor and was made very clear today in the papers and the numbers that the councillors were all shown, that more than 50% of that upfront cost is recovered in the first 20 years of operating, because they are not diesel buses. And that goes without saying that when they're not diesel buses, we have an enormous decrease in our carbon footprint. Again, some of the ridiculous things we heard, some of the things that just were blatantly not true that Councillor Johnson said. I asked, what if it ran out of power? No, you didn't. You asked what happened if it broke down. Very different. It was made clear it would not run out of power. There are fast charging at Counter Street and 6-minute charging. Now I hear the interruption is sure. She just doesn't believe the council officers now. The question was, what if it breaks down? Not if it ran out of power. Very different. She also said, I asked them what about plugging it in. It was made very clear they don't plug in. They don't plug in. There's a gantry and it's over the top. It does not plug in. Made very clear today, but didn't fit the narrative this afternoon. Officers made it very clear that at this point of time in the technology, we are connecting to the electrical grid. But that is a much better outcome than pouring in millions of litres of diesel over the next 20 years into these buses. And again, the officers made it clear that we would be looking at all the technology and renewable energy sources that we could use and may be sorted before the time that we have to start, but we are working with Energex to see how that works with the amount of energy required as well. I talked about the seating issues, and again, the opportunity today to talk about the buses that we already see in Switzerland and in Nantes. Yes, there are 12 of these operating in Geneva, but Geneva has also been operating electric buses for decades. This is state-of-the-art technology, and we are very proud on this side of the chamber to be delivering a bus service through the metro, a turn up and go service, which has the capacity for up to 150 passengers, 180 during events, every 3 minutes during peak hour, turn up and go. That is far ahead of anything else that has been delivered around the country. I'll take the question from Councillor Sri about the air conditioning. Again, explained today, but I'll clarify that we are looking very closely at the air conditioning system, and we are definitely making sure it is suitable for Brisbane's climate. It is important to note that there will be a separate air conditioning system provided for each section of the metro vehicle, which will automatically adjust to the interior and external temperatures. So there are 4 different sections. The most important thing to remember is the bus drivers are in a totally separate section. So they will be perfectly comfortable because the door won't be opening and shutting. But obviously we have to maintain an ambient temperature, and we are making sure that we can cool the bus to 22 degrees when it's 36 degrees outside with passengers. That will be difficult if it goes up higher, but we're seeing what can be done with that and making sure that we can make it comfortable. The main thing is, though, passengers aren't going to be on the metro very long because it's a very quick service. And again, if you see any light rail or metro around the world, less seats, more standing, move quick, keep going. Of course, the internal cabins will be cooled prior to departure, and we'll make sure that we've got the comfortable at each end of the comfort at the commencement of each of the route. The pilot vehicle will be ready for testing in Brisbane next year, and all of those aspects will be looked on. Following that pilot being successful, then we will go to the order of the 59 metro vehicles from this company. The state government is telling us to proceed at our own risk, and we are doing exactly that because we are not doing a full-scale purchase order. That's the whole point, Councillor Johnson, interjecting again. That is the whole point here today. We are not ordering 60 metro vehicles. We are ordering a pilot vehicle with the opportunity to move forward if it gets through all of those gateways as well. It is great to see that Volgren is involved with the actual HES, who are the successful tenderers, which will give us local jobs at Eagle Farm. As I said earlier today, we are the administration that has shown we can deliver
Deputy Mayor,
infrastructure
your time has expired.
and look forward to the first Metro vehicle trip.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, I'd like to speak on item A and C, but let me just, while it's fresh in my mind, move on to item C, if you'll indulge me, in regards to the Metro bendy buses that are being considered, and a prototype is being ordered today. I was very interested to listen to the presentation after reading the paperwork that came out, and there's just a couple of points that I'd like to make in regards to the buses themselves. Now, the Lord Mayor has just said that it's the latest technology, and the Deputy Mayor just said this technology that we're buying into has been around for decades. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
That didn't take long, did it? Through the chair. So anyways, I did a little bit of reading in regards to electric buses, and just wanted to have an understanding of what was out there in the marketplace, and what is the latest that other jurisdictions or other councils or countries are moving towards. And I suppose I looked at what's happening in South Korea, actually, simply because I've had a friend that recently traveled there, and they were telling me about their experience with the electric buses there in South Korea, and how they're operating, and they're doing it on a battery swap, which they thought was quite amazing, simply because the bus would arrive at probably, I don't want to use the word shed, but a facility that actually has the charged batteries, and batteries are changed over within about 30 seconds, and then they move on. So the delay is something that's very short, and that allows the rolling stock of that particular fleet not to be, I suppose, interrupted in their journeys for very long, only 30 seconds, whereas a fast charge, as we were told today, will take up to about 6 minutes. Now, these batteries do last up to 8 years, as they were telling us today, but I just wonder, those fast charges, not the slow charges overnight, but the fast charges, will those batteries be able to be fast charged within that 5 to 6 minute period for that whole 8-year period? I doubt that. But I'm not an engineer, so I suppose we just have to accept that. Now, there's another way of actually charging the batteries as well, and that's wireless, which is an emerging technology that's being trialed again in Korea, and it seems to be working quite well. So I'd say this is the latest technology, really, not the plug-in type like we have been doing with cars now for some time. So I think the latest technology. Now, the reason I think we settled on the plug-in type is because it's the cheapest to operate and to maintain. But I wonder, with these emerging technologies, or these technologies that are actually in play now, whether or not we're sort of missing the boat a bit in this area. And I won't even mention hydrogen, because that's something that's maybe a few years away, and I know there's a lot of research being done into that as well. Now, the batteries, we were told today, or the battery system that will be accompanying with the Metro is going to be about $300,000 per battery section. I don't know if it's one battery or 10 batteries, whatever it is, but it's about $300,000 worth of investment. Again, that's a huge investment, and I know there is a market for the batteries when they are no longer taking that fast charge. They can be repurposed or reused in other areas of transport, but we didn't really have a clear understanding of how much trade-in we were going to get on those batteries, so we didn't have that figure to deal with. Also, I was a bit concerned when they were talking about high speed, and I know these are in designated transport corridors away from cars, but they were talking about 90 kilometers an hour, And I'm thinking, we've just heard that there's going to be at least, when they're full, 90 people standing. And I'm just thinking, what happens if there is an incursion within the lane by some idiot or some accident? And of course, the vehicle has to stop at a pretty rapid pace. How those 90 people standing up, let alone the ones that are sitting, the 60 sitting down without seatbelts on, are going to fare. I don't think they'll fare very well. So speed is important, so long as we have the safety within the cabin of the metro vehicle. I just hope, I just wonder if really, you know, again, we're only talking about a distance of about 21 kilometers from one end to the other. So I just don't know whether speed was really something that should have been considered so highly on the deliberations of the council officers. Anyways, and finally, the Lord Mayor said that these are whisper quiet. So I don't know. The Lord Mayor didn't say that he actually had been on one of these type of vehicles somewhere in the world over the last few years. I'd be interested to hear if he has taken part in that sort of trip, because he seemed pretty confident that they're really quiet and smooth and all these all the way that the experience of the passenger is going to be very good. So just would be interested to hear about that as well. Now, on item A, I'll just finish off on the police beats, and I agree with Councillor McLaughlin in regards to these police beats. Really, I have two in my ward, one in Forest Lake Shopping Centre and the other one in the Anala Town Plaza. And I tell you what, every day I'm just thankful that they're there, because every day, I won't say every day, but certainly every week, I have people telling me about the experience of those police beats when they go in to report something or to check something out. It's a bit like the old-fashioned cop on the beat. They really are something that was well thought out some years ago. I remember when the first one was in the town plaza at Anala. They weren't called police beats back then, but I just can't recall actually what they were called. But anyways, right from the very beginning, and there was actually staffed with volunteers actually, and there was one police officer. But it was just a great resource for the community. The shopping centers love them. Because they assist sometimes some of their security guards that may have an issue from time to time. They're sort of like the backup. I don't think we could do without our police beats, and I know over the years the community of Forest Lake especially has really valued the work that the police beat has done in the Forest Lake area. We had a long-serving senior constable there for many years, and he's finally moved on to another career area. But I tell you what, they really missed him. They really missed Noel when he moved on, because he sort of became one of their acquaintances or friends over the years. So I think council is rightly so giving the police beats every consideration, and I would wholeheartedly say that the peppercorn lease is well worth money invested in our security. And I'm sure the shopping centres don't charge a peppercorn lease, but they probably charge a pretty reasonable rate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Adams, your misrepresentation.
Yes, listening carefully, I said that there are 12 buses in Geneva and Switzerland of this technology, but Hess has been doing electric vehicles for decades, and we discussed today about overhead lines, etc.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? There being none, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the councillors who have contributed in this debate. In particular, I just wanted to respond to some interesting comments that were made regarding item C, the metro vehicles. In particular, the claim that there's been some kind of budget blowout, which Labor loves to peddle out, and then they also love to say, "Oh, but you don't understand how contingencies work." So when you announce a particular project budget, included in that project budget is a contingency. Now, the nature of engineering projects and major projects is that that contingency is very often required, and it's exactly the same as if you were building your own home. The builder comes in and quotes you, $250,000 to do a particular job, and due to the nature of construction, that you probably want to include a little bit of extra opportunity and contingency in your own home renovation budget. So if you only budget $250,000 and that's what the builder has quoted you, chances are you're going to need some extra money. So this administration has consistently included contingencies in all major projects, and that is based on the historical work that's been done on major projects over many, many years, not only by this administration, but in the past as well. And this is the same kind of model that is used at other levels of government. But you have a contingency in all major projects. You then go forward based on contract prices with contingencies on top of that. And if you need to use that contingency, the budget funding has been approved previously. And that brings me to the important point here. If there was a budget blowout on this project, and if this particular contract and that was not budgeted for, we could not actually come to council with this contract. You can't come to council with a contract that you don't have a budget for. So any kind of suggestion that the Metro budget has blown out is just plain wrong. And it's just like the rubbish that they continue to peddle about Kingston Smith Drive. We announced that it was a $650 million project, and I don't know about you, but I haven't seen anyone come back to this chamber asking for more money than $650 million. Why? Because it's a $650 million project, just like we announced years ago. So Labor just shows that they do not understand project delivery, and it is very scary that these people want to be in charge of major projects next April when they do not have this basic understanding of projects and project delivery and contingencies and budgets and how these things work. Because, be very clear, if on the 28th of March a Labor administration is elected and a Labor Lord Mayor is elected, heaven forbid, those people sitting to my right will be straight into Cabinet running all of the major projects. But those people to my right have never had one single day in Cabinet. They have never had one single day of project management. They have never had one single day where they've actually been involved with the delivery of a major project. I'll take that interjection. Campbell was a civil engineer before he became Lord Mayor of this city. And I don't see any civil engineers sitting to my right. I don't see any civil engineers sitting to my right. But the reality is this project continues to be on track and is moving forward, and it is a very exciting milestone that we are seeing today with the Metro vehicle contract. The suggestion that somehow the station cost has changed, it's a bald-faced claim by Councillor Cassidy, because there is only one reason that any station design would have changed, and it certainly hasn't been because of Brisbane City Council. It has been because of the request of the state government. And if there is a change to the project that requires extra funding for a station change, we will be asking the state government for a financial contribution to that station change, because we believe that our original project proposal and the Cultural Centre station was in the right location. And even though we agreed to do the work with the state government to look at other options, we're back to that Cultural Centre station location, which was our original proposal, with a commitment to the state government that we would do some further work on an add-on to that. So if there's any change to the cost, it is a result of the state government's request. And as I said, if that is the case, then we'll be asking the state government for a contribution. But once again, Councillor Cassidy is conveniently neglecting to point out the true facts. And finally, to Councillor Johnston's claims about the vehicle, saying, oh, we shouldn't select the vehicle before we know other things about the project. Well, her good friend, Mark Bailey, has been asking for us to tell him what the vehicle is for quite some time. And in fact, he's been previously saying that we can't make any other decisions on the project until we know what the vehicle is. So what is it? What, is a chicken and egg kind of argument here? The reality is, state government asked us to progress with this vehicle contract, and that is exactly what we are doing. We are doing it in a responsible way by procuring a pilot vehicle which will come here for testing in Brisbane conditions before we make any decisions on further acquisitions. And that will also give the state government the opportunity to have a look at the vehicle as well and specifications and to make their own judgment on the vehicle. So it is the right thing to do, what we're doing today. It is the responsible thing to do. And it is certainly consistent with the request that the state government has been making. So I will choose to decline to accept Councillor Johnston's advice on this particular one, because I believe that it is important to go with the vehicle so we can move the project forward, manage the risk. But finally, I just wanted to add about the air conditioning systems. It is my understanding that, yes, while we have a warm climate in Brisbane, that some of the places these vehicles are operating are extremely cold. And it is the case in some circumstances that the demand for heating of vehicles in those conditions is just as onerous on the vehicle as the demand for cooling will be here in Brisbane. But obviously all of this will be put to the test next year when the pilot vehicle is out here, and I'm very much looking forward to this exciting milestone. And I do certainly hope that we will get the support across the board from both sides of politics on this important contract.
Thank you. Now I'll put the resolution for items A and B. All those in favour of items A and B say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Now to item C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Attendants, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. Please return to your chairs. Councillors, the Public and Active Transport, Economic and Tourism Development Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Public and Active Transport, Economic and Tourism Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
It's been moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davis, to the report of the Public and Active Transport, Economic and Tourism Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week's presentation was on the 5 new Green Bridges project. As everybody in the chambers is aware, we are currently out to consultation on all of those, with the consultation period closing on the 6th of December. Kangaroo Point has the most work done on to date with the business case. We are forecasting more than 6,100 trips per day by 2036, based with a twin tower cable stay bridge design, but that's what we'll also be asking as we go out to consultation further. Benefits for these bridges: walking, cycling trips, health and lifestyle benefits, and of course better connectivity to public transport as well. There are still technical investigations and preparation of concept and reference designs to commence, but right now it's about hearing from the people of Brisbane and what they want to see on these 5 new green bridges, particularly if they live around the areas of where they're touching base on either side of the bridges as well. So far, the feedback has been enormous, and it's also been extremely positive. There's been strong attendees at information sessions and calls to the project team and online surveys. It's fantastic to see everybody getting involved and letting us know what they like, don't like, or what they'd like to see. Look forward to presenting the community consultation to the chambers in the future.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further debate? Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak briefly to item B. The petition at item B requests that Council install lighting for the footpath between Remick Street and Rhodey Road at Stafford Heights, and the footpath that's referred to runs through a Grey Gum Park and forms part of the Downfall Creek Bikeway route, which is a key recreational bikeway in the area. It also provides a route for local residents who want to access public transport on Rhodey Road. The Rhodey Road dog off-leash area is in Grey Gum Park, and it's a very popular meeting place for a very large friendly community of dogs and their owners, and both the large dog and small dog dolers are very highly patronised and provide open spaces for dogs to socialise and do what dogs like to do, which is run around and have some fun with their friends. It's also a place where dog owners can meet and chat. It's a friendly and inviting environment where all are welcome. But for some time there's been some interest by dog park patrons with regard to lighting the pathway and the dollar. And as the petition outlines, during autumn and winter months, the park starts to become dark at around 5 or 5:30 p.m, which means that locals walking along the footpath or those that are going to the dog park means that the lighting's quite poor, and it reduces the opportunity, particularly for dogs to be exercised in the dollar. So Council has indicated that there's merit in the proposal and further indicated that there is probably a benefit in coordinating the 2 projects, that is lighting of the pathway and the lighting of the dollar, and I very much look forward to consulting with the local residents in regard to this proposal, not only those residents whose properties live or abut the Dollar area, but those residents who are patrons of the dog park.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks. Just on the bridges presentation, obviously I'm really excited to see quite a few footbridges proposed for the Gabba ward. I'd be providing some written feedback on the proposals to Council, but I just wanted to again highlight a few key issues that I hope the Deputy Mayor will take note of and be really mindful of. The first, which I've raised previously and which I think is an important issue to address in terms of winning public support for these proposals, is the importance of offsetting losses to green space that arise from this project. I don't know how many residents are going to actually submit that via the survey form, because the survey doesn't specifically ask those kinds of questions or specifically draw attention to how much land these bridges might take up in terms of the public realm. But it's definitely something that's coming up a lot in my conversations with residents. They're often asking me, so are we going to lose part of the park? How many trees are going to go? Will we still be able to use this area for picnics, etc.? And particularly with the West End to Wong Bridge, but also with the Kangaroo Point and St Lucia proposals, I do think it's very, very important that we create new public parks in the vicinity of these bridges to offset any losses of public green space. I'm not saying the new parkland has to go directly adjacent to the bridge or even within 50 or 100 metres, but within a few hundred metres from these bridge sites, if we're losing public green space, we need to offset that by creating new green space. I've told the council officers, and I reiterate here again today, that I am comfortable with losing road space to create new public green space. So if there are sections of road near to these bridges that can be converted to trees and lawn, etc., that might be a good opportunity to deliver additional public parkland at low cost. And we've already done a bit of that sort of thing down on Riverside Drive. But through you, Chair, to Deputy Mayor, it's very, very important that we don't lose parkland as a result of these bridges. So At the moment, I'm quite supportive of the West End to Wong footbridge and the Kangaroo Point to CBD footbridge. I'm still a little uncertain about the St Lucia to Boundary Street bridge, and I need a lot more convincing of the benefits of that proposal. I think there's a lot of unanswered questions around the alignment and around the overall merits of that project. I'm certainly not one to rush into knocking back or objecting to active transport projects, but when I look at how much that bridge is likely to cost and the possibilities of how money could be used elsewhere, I think there'd need to be a very, very strong business case to support that St Lucia to Boundary Street footbridge. And certainly I believe the West End to Wong bridge is a much higher priority. I'm really excited that the Kangaroo Point bridge is, of course, underway. One lingering question I still haven't really been able to find a clear answer to. I've read the key findings report on the Kangaroo Point bridge, and it talks about the relative merits of the Scott Street alignment over the Thornton Street alignment. But I've never really had a clear explanation as to why St Vincent's Hospital and that precinct was decided as not being appropriate for a landing point for the bridge. For a lot of people who are commuting in from East Brisbane or further suburbs further to the east, a landing point in the vicinity of St Vincent's Hospital would have appeared to be slightly more convenient in terms of inter-suburban connectivity. So while the Scott Street alignment might connect residents of the northern part of the Kangaroo Point Peninsula over to the CBD, it's a lot less convenient for people travelling from those eastern suburbs, which seems to be one of the main benefits of this proposed footbridge. I assume one of the issues with landing somewhere near the St Vincent's site is around the height of the cliffs in that area, but there are a few potential laneways or landing points around there, even Amesbury Street that comes off Main Street between the St Vincent's Hospital and St Mary's Anglican Church. That's a site that's a publicly owned roadway. So I'm just not entirely sure, and maybe the Deputy Mayor will be able to enlighten us as to why St Vincent's or that precinct was considered less desirable as opposed to Thornton Street, Scott Street. The other feedback I just want to reiterate in general about the bridges is, of course, the importance that they're roofed, the importance that they have drinking water taps and adequate seating along the bridges, and that they're designed as public spaces rather than just transport corridors. I think there is a strong case to be made that bridges can double as usable public spaces, and I'd like to see a lot of thought go into that. In particular, access to public access to power points along the bridges can assist greatly in their activation, and nooks for buskers, etc., can go a long way to making bridges much more usable as public spaces, as opposed to just thoroughfares. I also just want to again reiterate the fact that what I'm hearing from the community at the moment is that there's not particularly strong support for running buses over either of the West End bridges. Residents really seem quite opposed to buses over the West End to Wong Bridge. And as I've said in my draft submission, the case for a St Lucia to Boundary Street bus bridge seems pretty weak when we already have bus access via the Eleanor Chanel Green Bridge and the busway. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of feedback coming Council's way about those topics, and I trust that administration won't make decisions in a hurry, but it would be good if sooner rather than later the administration could publish a bit more detail about exactly why these footbridges are seen as necessary. I can see a lot of benefits to them, but particularly with the West End bridges, the sense I'm getting from residents at the moment is that Council isn't giving many answers at all to prosecute the case for these bridges. So residents will go into a consultation and they'll say, okay, so what can you tell us about this bridge? And the Council officers at the consultation, often their response is, oh, we want to hear from you. This is an early stage consultation. Nothing's locked in yet. We haven't even locked in the alignments. And that's all well and good. And I think early stage consultation is a good thing. But obviously, there are some reasons that we are proposing bridges in these locations, and I think those reasons need to be clearly articulated to the public, and data has to be provided to support that. So that might include providing clear walk-in distances to key destinations, such as the Toowong train station. It might include providing estimates of the number of people or the number of jobs in some of those and employment opportunities in some of those key destinations. So the concern I have, for anyone watching at home, so the councillor just knocked over a phone and it's very, very funny, but nothing to see here. The concern I have about it is that if this council administration is seeking to win state or federal funding for part of these projects, which does appear to be the case, the public doesn't need to just be passively supportive. The public will need to be actively supportive of these projects in order to help attract that state and federal funding. And I worry that the administration isn't yet sufficiently selling the benefits or explaining the possible benefits of these bridges to residents in the inner south side. So through Chair to Deputy Mayor, please ensure that the main justifications and benefits for those bridges are clearly articulated in terms of active transport connectivity. I can see them. I'm sharing that information with residents to the best of my ability, but a bit of hard data in terms of traffic volumes, in terms of the number of vehicles currently using corridors like Montague Road and Coronation Drive, for example. If there's any go-card data or TransLink data available showing the number of people who are travelling by public transport between West End and Toowong, all of that information could be made publicly available and easily accessible as part of the footbridges consultation. And that would give residents a lot more confidence that these proposals are well justified and well thought through, and will help make the case in terms of advocating for these projects going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Sri. Further speakers? There being no further speakers, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I listened and I have heard a lot of what Councillor Sri said before. You've spoken about a lot of that in committee. I hope, Councillor Sri, this time you do formally write that to council officers. I'm sure they would love to hear those details, even in dot point. I did also hear Councillor Sri said that he wanted more communications to go out to the residents about the benefits of green bridges. Ironic when we're usually told we're doing too much, but more than happy to make sure that people are knowing about why and how. It is very early stage consultation and the officers are right. They don't have designs, they don't have construct, they don't have where, but this is about asking people what they do want to see and don't want to see. It is very early consultation, but we will take all of it on board and look forward to, as I said, presenting that in future chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The noes? The ayes have it. We move to infrastructure. Councillor McLaughlin, Infrastructure Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor McLaughlin and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated Tuesday the 19th of November be adopted. Councillor McLaughlin.
Mr Deputy Chair, the report, and you were there, thank you for your attendance as a member of the committee, was on the what is called the Widdop Street upgrade. And whilst Widdop Street is indeed being upgraded, the main benefit of this upgrade on the district road that links Clayfield, Nunda and Northgate is to provide a signalised crossing off Widdop Street into the Toombul Shopping Centre. That's something that Councillor Allen, who sits next to me, the Northgate Ward Councillor, and I have been fighting for a long time, and so very pleased to see it finally being implemented, and the lights will be turned on next week, so that's a fantastic outcome. But the other benefits in association with this project include looking at the cross movement of cyclists down to Nudgee Beach. So this is one of the major corridors for cyclists that cut across Widdop Street, and so they've been thought of too, and part of this project is to undertake a trial of new technology that detects cyclists or bicycles as they're approaching the lights and sends a signal to the traffic lights. If all that technology works, and I'm sure that it will work, to change the traffic lights rather than cyclists having to push a button as a pedestrian would. So this is a fantastic outcome, this project. This will certainly make that intersection safer, something that my residents who go to the Toombul Shopping Centre in droves have been asking me for a long time as a Hamilton Ward councillor, and I know that Councillor Allen has certainly been getting the same sorts of requests from his residents about the unsafe movements that are otherwise required in an unsignalised intersection as this was. So a great outcome, great to see, and thank the officers for their hard work to make this happen, and thank the federal government for its contribution. The budget has been jointly, well, the budget for this project is jointly comes from the Australian Government through its Roads to Recovery program. So very pleased to acknowledge the federal government for their contribution as well. The other items, Mr Deputy Chair, were 2 petitions. If anyone wants to participate in debate, I'll leave it to them.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Further debate? There being no one, no, we'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary to the noes, the ayes have it. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Mr Deputy Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Burke, seconded by Councillor Richards, that the report for the City Planning Committee dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Chair. We had a presentation from the Council officers last week on a design-led city, a design strategy for Brisbane. This is following the successful launch of this document, which is the design strategy for the City of Brisbane going forward. It is a outcome of Plan Your Brisbane and Brisbane's future blueprint, and one of the 40 recommendations that this council committed to implementing, Mr Chairman. It has been a very detailed and involved process seeking feedbacks from not only industry but indeed from the community as well. And Mr Chairman, I want to thank particularly the council officers in Design Brisbane who have been involved in this process, who have worked with industry and worked with the community representatives to provide the feedback and to come up with what I think is going to be a fantastic document to see our city well into the future when it comes to design outcomes. Out of it flows a number of other documents, so the character design document, the low to medium density design document, and other work including Major Amendment L, Mr Chairman, which will be coming through very soon. And I look forward to implementing this fantastic new strategy for the City of Brisbane. There was 3 other petitions on the agenda as well, Mr Chairman. I'm happy to leave 4 petitions on the agenda, and I'm happy to leave those to debate in the council chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Further speakers? Councillor Cumming.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I'd refer to items C, D and E. Each of them is a petition calling upon the council administration to defend developer appeals against council refusals of development applications. The petition calls upon the council not only to defend the appeal but defend it all the way to a hearing in the Planning Environment Court and not to roll over during the appeal process. Now, Clause C relates to a childcare centre at 24 to 26 Randall Road, Wynnum West, which the community feels totally inappropriate, situated it is close to one of the busiest intersections in Wynnum Manly, the Preston-Randall-Wynnum Road intersection. Clause D relates to proposed 6-storey upmarket retirement village in the middle of a low-density 2-storey residential area in Loda. The retirement villages, some of the buildings are 6 and 7 stories, others 5 and 6. And Clause E relates to a proposal in Beelarong Street at Morningside. Now, this is one I've had some dealings with as Councillor Cook, having taken advice from the Integrity Commissioner, can't have anything to do with the matter as she lives nearby. I've attended a public meeting and responded to some phone calls and emails from local residents, and I suggested the petition, which is the wording is very similar to the two from the Wynnum Manly area. It's a particularly poor application in my view. It's very low-lying, flood-prone land, and the proposal is for a subdivision. I think if it was allowed to take place, it would mean considerable risk of additional flooding of properties in that area, and would be quite wrong to approve that application. To date, to my knowledge, there's been no sign of council backing down on these 3 applications, but I'm fearful this may change, after the election or even before the election, and so I hope all these appeals go to a hearing, council stands up for its original decision, opposes it all the way and is successful in opposing the applications being approved.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I just want to speak on one item in the section, and that's Petition B, which we undertook a petition to ask that Council undertake a survey for some rezoning of a specific village in Forest Lake called Jetty Walk. Just by way of a little bit of background, briefly, the zoning for the area at the moment is medium density, and it was a lot of the residents didn't really have an understanding that it was part of a commercial precinct, which was a little bit confusing to me as well. I didn't fully understand the implications of what was potentially could happen there when I became councillor, or even before that. What's transpired is that there was a couple of within that precinct there was a couple of residential blocks or pieces of land, and one of those was an application had been received by council to develop a 6 or 7 story building right on the lake. That's when everyone got very upset and incensed at what was happening. Council refused the application. Thank you very much, Council. Refused the application, but the developer, of course, decided to appeal that, and a decision is still awaiting from the courts. Anyways, Council has recommended that we move towards a survey, and I'd just like to thank Councillor Burke for seeing that through. We'll obviously, when this is facilitated or passed through tonight, hopefully that survey will be sent out to the more than 300 residents who would like to see their village remain the way it is, and that is a low residential density, because that's what they bought into, and that's what they would like to retain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers?
My point of order, we should have asked that items C, D and E be dealt with together for voting purposes. That's possible.
Sorry, Councillor Strunk, can you repeat that, please?
Councillor Cumming.
Sorry,
items C,
Cumming.
D and E be dealt with together for voting purposes.
Thank you. Okay, so further speakers? No, so we'll put A and B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The noes? The ayes have it. Now we'll do C, D and E. All those in favour? Aye. The noes? No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Sorry, division called by Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my left, noes to my right. 2 minutes. Ring the bell for 2 minutes. Yeah. Please close the bars. Clerks, please read the result. Try it now.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Councillor Hammond, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Hammond, seconded by Councillor Richards, that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of November be adopted. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I've just got some answers to some questions that were taken on notice today in the committee, and I'm so glad that Councillor Griffiths has come back into the chamber for the answers to his question. Councillor Griffiths, you asked about how much carbon emission, how much offset, how many units and the cost of those offsets. This, particularly the difference between the Australian and overseas. The Australian total units that we purchase is 28,900 units at the cost of 496,300. The international is the 340,000 units at the cost of 317,000 and $17. That's a total of $317. As we explained in the committee report, or the council officers explained at the committee report, we do spend more money on Australian, and we are always looking for new options to carbon offset. It was explained to you at the time that there is a higher number of units because the international offsets are cheaper. However, we do invest money more into the Australian market to keep us clean and green and 100% carbon neutral, and the largest organisation in Australia to be so. I'd also like to say there was another question. I have taken it offline with Councillor Griffiths about a petition and his concerns, and he's been quite happy with that answer, and we'll continue to work with him. Unfortunately, Councillor Johnson is not here for the issues that she rose. This is the second week in a row, but aren't we lucky that we are the most accountable open council in Brisbane or in Australia, that we have Hansard brought in by this administration, that people can get the answers even if they can't be bothered to be in the council chamber, or they can have a look on live stream and have a look at their answers being delivered. Today, Councillor Johnson said in the committee that she had never had tree planting in Annerley. And also that it went to Councillor Cunningham's area instead of being delivered in her Annerley area. However, she made it seem as though she's never had a community planting in her ward at all. She's been neglected, she said. It went to Councillor Cunningham. It was pork barrelling to Councillor Cunningham with her wonderful community tree planting. However, what Councillor Johnson failed to mention was that she was offered a community tree planting in Fairfield last year. She rejected it. She wrote to the council officers and rejected the community tree planting in her area because it might cause confusion for her residents, because she had an event in a couple of weeks after the proposed date. So let me be clear, the community event was cancelled by Councillor Johnson. However, the officers did go out and plant the trees anyway. So trees were happily planted in the suburb of Fairfield. She's also refers to in that email that she sent to the council officers rejecting the community tree planting, thanking them for the community tree planting in Yeronga. that she had, that so many people, the public, turned up and really enjoyed that tree planting experience. Councillor Johnson also emailed the office to say thank you again for a special tree planting at Graceville State School in November last year, which she CC'd into the Lord Mayor. So I just want to put on the record, in the last 12 months, Councillor Johnson had one community tree planting, a special one, and refused the other one for her community because it might cause confusion for her residents because it was clashed with an event in a couple of weeks after that event. I would also like to apologise to the officers for her comments about them, that they were told they were not allowed to have tree planting events in her ward. I think I've made this quite clear, that trees do get planted, community plantings are put forward into your ward. However, Councillor Johnson, if you want to refuse and cancel them, that's your decision as local councillor, but please don't verbal the council officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Hammond, by reply? No. Put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Field Services Committee. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Field Services Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Marx that the report of the Field Services Committee dating Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I'll be very brief. We had an excellent presentation on our council environment centres. Our committee asked lots of questions and very much enjoyed the presentation. And on behalf of all councillors in this chamber, I would like to thank the very many volunteers that work at the environment centres and help towards things like our free native plants program, our bush kindy program and our community composting hubs. So, Mr Deputy Chair, we heard about Downfall Creek Bushland Centre, the Boondall Wetlands and the Karawatha Forest Discovery. So it was an excellent presentation. I'd like to thank all of the officers and I commend the report to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further speakers? Councillor Howard? No, we'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, noes. The ayes have it. Give me 1 second, please. Councillor Matic, Community Arts and Lifestyle Committee, please.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that the report of the Community Arts and Lifestyle Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Matic and seconded by Councillor Cunningham that the report of the Community Arts and Lifestyle Committee dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2009 be adopted. Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. There was just one item, and that was the committee presentation of the Brisbane Portrait Prize. I'd like to thank the officers for the presentation on this very significant event for our city, and I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work by both Councillor Burke in his time as the chairman and at the time Lord Mayor Graham Quirk for supporting this project so strongly. This Portrait Prize is the first of its kind, not only in our city but in our state, with a significant prize pool for not only first prize but the support of sponsors and the others. But in regards to first prize, Mr Deputy Chair, it's $50,000, which makes this Portrait Prize the third highest in the nation. And I think that is a significant achievement for our city. The criteria too, with an involvement either by the artist or by the sitter in regards to their place in Brisbane as a local, but they're also their contribution. We saw, Mr Deputy Chair, a significant number of entries, in fact 662 entries by Brisbane artists or sitters, and I just think that is a huge example of the excitement and commitment by the creative sector to support the Portrait Prize. I was very fortunate to be able to go to the finals and the Lord Mayor was there as well. And this year's winner of the Lord Mayor's Prize was Mr Leonard Michael Brown, a local Brisbane artist with more than 50 years' experience. It was, of course, a very difficult task for the judges, as they do when you've got that many entries, but ultimately it was such a successful event. And I think that all of those entries deserve recognition, and I know as a result that there are a number of galleries around the city who are working with the board of the Portrait Prize into how they can give credit to all of those artists who not only contributed but were finalists or semi-finalists, which I think is important too. I'm really looking forward to the board and their continuation of this prize. There is a 3-year funding agreement in place which gives them the certainty to be able to continue it, and I have no doubt that this Portrait Prize will continue to grow in strength and significance, not only in our city but in our nation as well. And this is the kind of thing that makes our city such a great place to be, and it gives all Brisbane residents a sense of pride in who we are and what we are, and these artists the opportunity to express their creative spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matic. Is there any further debate? Councillor Matic? No? Right. We'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Move on to Finance and Administration. Councillor Allen.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Finance and Administration Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Murphy that the report of the Finance and Administration Committee dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2019 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before moving on to the report, I did want to respond to a question from Councillor Cassidy in this morning's committee meeting. I can confirm that credit cards or corporate credit cards are not issued to the Lord Mayor or councillors. I would, however, note that when taking trips overseas, officers and councillors can be provided with a card to support overseas travel, which is returned to council upon their return, along with appropriate receipts. In terms of the report, we had a very quick presentation from the state emergency about the state emergency services, and that was timely given the work they've recently done on Moreton Island. Council supports the Brisbane City State Emergency Service Unit in delivering disaster response by providing and managing staff and assets, and delivering community education programs and undertaking fundraising activities. As we have seen over the years, the role of the SES can be quite broad. Not only do they provide emergency responses following severe weather events, but they also help partner agencies with public safety at large public events, missing persons searches and forensic searches. Their functions can cover storm damage operations, flood boat operations, land search, road crash rescue if on Moreton Island, and specialist rescue, incident management, agency support and traffic control. The Brisbane SES also undertake public education and engagement, and this chamber would be aware of their work through the My Resilient Schools program, which has been the subject of a previous committee presentation. And just to give you some metrics, our SES members consist of 14 groups across 8 depot locations with more than 780 members, including 556 active members, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Allen, right reply? No. So we'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I present a petition on your behalf in regards to properties along Cadena Street, The Gap. Request the Council take action in relation to the condition of the bush. Opposite.
Thank you. Councillor Owen.
I'm presenting a petition on behalf of Councillor Huang relating to lighting that improves safety in Delphin Street, Park McGregor.
Thank you. Councillor Sri.
Chair, I've got a petition regarding Dornock Terrace in Highgate Hill.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I've got a petition in regards to making a road reserve land on Bedesert and Evans Road, Maruka Parkland.
And Councillor Cumming.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I've got several petitions, one about resurfacing of Major Street at Manly West, one in relation to Delphin Street Park, Delphin Drive, McGregor, one about the renaming of Park at Wynnum West, and another one about the renaming of the rugby league fields, the junior rugby league fields in Wynnum.
Billy almost needs a ute for you. Councillor Richards, can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Richards and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The noes? The ayes have it. Where are we moving on to? General business. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of a council conduct review panel order? There being none standing, are there any matters of general business? There being none. Councillor Cummings, are you up or down?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right. There being none standing, I declare the meeting closed.